Good afternoon to you, and welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly this afternoon. It is a sitting of the National Assembly this 18th day of November, the year being 2025, brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in partnership with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, at a day where the National Assembly will be celebrating one of its leaders from the Department of the Sergeant at Arms. But before we delve into that, allow me to take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, where the National Assembly is set to consider a number of motions as well as bills. And given priority in today's order paper is the consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The Chair, on behalf of his Committee on Trade, will be seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade following its consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. The committee laid its report on the table of the National Assembly on the 13th day of November, the year being 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, Subsection 4 of the Treaty Making Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Kenya and UAE. The other motion lined up for consideration this afternoon is the first report on the status of implementation of the Constitution by three commissions. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. And on behalf of the Committee on CIOC, the Chair will be seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the first report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of the implementation of the Constitution, following the independent institutions. The independent institutions in question are the National Commission on Human Rights, the National Land Commission, and the National Gender and Equality Commission, popularly known as NGEC. The motion has a balance of about 2 hours. It is exactly 1 hour and 50 minutes. And the National Assembly will be resuming debate on that. On your screens, you can see the Sergeant at Arms taking their place, being a special day for one of their own. This day being the 18th day of November 2025. The National Assembly this afternoon will be taking a moment to honor a distinguished officer whose service, discipline, and leadership have shaped the modern parliamentary experience. We are talking about Mr. Aloisio Lekulo, OGW, the Chief Sergeant at Arms at the National Assembly, who will be concluding his 21 years of exemplary service to the National Assembly and Parliament in general. Mr. Lekulo, our dear viewers, joined the Parliamentary Service Commission in the year 2004 from the office of the President. And upon crossing over to Parliament, he brought with him a wealth of experience in the public administration. He entered the unicameral Parliament as a senior Sergeant at Arms at a time when the department was modest in size, with only a handful of officers. And following the departure of the Chief Sergeant at Arms and his deputy then, this is in 2006, Mr. Lekulo was appointed to lead the department in acting capacity, on a role he executed with distinction until his confirmation to head the department of the Sergeant at Arms as the Chief Sergeant at Arms in the year 2013. One of his notable achievements, our dear viewers, has been the professionalization and expansion of the Sergeant at Arms department. And under the stewardship of Mr. Lekulo, the Sergeant at Arms department, or unit, if you may like, has grown into a fully fledged directorate staffed with highly trained, well-educated officers, many whom have brought rich experience from Kenya's disciplined forces. And his leadership has transformed the department into a more structured, respected, and efficient arm of the parliamentary operations. Mr. Lekulo, our dear viewers, also played a critical role in strengthening security and streamlining access to the National Assembly, particularly after the 2010 Constitution, after the introduction of public participation on business considered by the National Assembly as a key component of the legislative processes. Mr. Lekulo guided the institution of Parliament through a period of increased public engagement, ensuring that there is enhanced openness matched with robust security, order, and procedural integrity. Today, the 18th day of November 2025, marks his final day bearing the mace in an ordinary sitting ahead of his retirement on November 20th, the year being 2025. His legacy, our dear viewers, of discipline, service, reform, and commitment to parliamentary tradition will remain deeply embedded in the history of the National Assembly. On your screens, you can see the sergeant-at-arms carrying the mace. Mr. Lekulo is among them, taking the lead with the mace, closely followed by the Speaker and the Clerk, and other sergeant-at-arms, as well as clerks, ushering Mr. Lekulo into his final day of carrying the mace at the National Assembly in an ordinary sitting of the House. And the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit joins the entire House at the National Assembly and Parliament in expressing profound gratitude for his outstanding service and wishing him a rewarding and restful retirement. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers this afternoon. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambayo umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, you remain standing. Today you can see we have an unusual procession, and the Chief Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Lekulo, is today the one bearing the mace. Mr. Lekulo, as I'll give a communication later, is coming to the end of his service to Parliament through retirement and not by any other means. And today is his last official function to the House, honoring his dedicated service to all of us, to the institution of Parliament, to the people and the Republic of Kenya, because you are the representative of the people of Kenya. By serving you, he's been serving the people of Kenya with the dedication, with the dignity, with humility, and above all, with a total commitment to his call of duty. So we will have a situation where the national anthem is going to play. Then he will place the mace. He'll be escorted out. He'll come back and sit here. I'll make a communication about him, and The House Business Committee has given 30 minutes to allow a few members to pay tribute and homage and praise to the distinguished service that Lekulo has served this House. You can watch the procession on the screen. Okay, honorable members, we can start our business. Honorable members, will proceed as follows. Once Mr. Lekulo is here, I'll deliver a message from the President. Then we go to Lekulo. I'll give you 30 minutes. After Lekulo, The Honorable Professor Jaldesa, I don't see him here. I allowed him to make a statement on the passing on of our colleague Tubi Bidu of Isiolo South. We'll also take 30 minutes on that for you to eulogize. I want to inform you that you have truly represented the House with about 25 members of Parliament. I thank them for coming to Isiolo, where we laid him to rest on Thursday at 1 p.m. After we finish those two, then we'll come back to the normal business of the House. So, clerk, we can start.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, allow me to give a recognition of distinguished service of a retiring officer of this House. I wish to recognize the distinguished service of a humble and highly dedicated officer, one Aloisio Nderepu Lekulo, OGW, who has been serving as the Chief Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly and who is due to retire in a week. Mr. Lekulo joined Parliament in 2006 as a Senior Sergeant at Arms and steadily rose through the ranks to become Chief Sergeant at Arms and Director. In this role, he has played a pivotal role in enhancing specialized training for our staff, including VIP protocols, which have equipped them with essential skills to address emerging trends in institutional security and events management. These efforts have significantly strengthened security within the parliamentary precincts, improved estate management, and supported the smooth coordination of plenary proceedings. Mr. Lekulo has spearheaded efforts to professionalize the Sergeant at Arms service by overseeing the registration of officers to professional bodies and associations such as the Commonwealth Sergeant at Arms Association and the National Legislative Society of Sergeant at Arms Association, America. He has served as a member of the National Assembly Board of Management, where he made contributions as policy proposals that have informed key decisions in Parliament. Honorable members, prior to joining Parliament, he was a district officer in the Office of the President, Provincial Administration from 1996, and served in various stations including Laikipia, Trans Nzoia, Isiolo, and Nyahururu districts. His administrative ability and leadership skills were evident in his public service and saw him being assigned various special duty roles, including in Shartuka Division, Transmara in 1997, where he oversaw security operations and the subdivision of Shartuka Group Ranch. In Laikipia, he helped in the establishment of community lodges like Tasia, Starbet, and Lentile, which have evolved to community conservation projects. Honorable members, between 1992 and 96, Mr. Lekulo served as a teacher under the Teacher Service Commission at Garbatula High School. He was an inspiration to many young boys in the bandit-prone region and encouraged many to pursue education. Mr. Lekulo will officially leave the parliamentary service on 24th November 2025. This week will be his last week in service as an officer of the House and quite significant to him. Indeed, his presence today in the Speaker's procession was of a great importance, and we thank him for his diligence. Joining Mr. Lekulo are the members of his family, who include his wife, Mrs. Sadia Golo, and his two sons, Mr. Issa Lemayan and Mr. Austin Lemarat. They are seated in the Speaker's gallery. You may take your seats. On behalf of the National Assembly and that of the Parliamentary Service Commission, and indeed on my own behalf, for I have had a very cherished personal relationship with Mr. Lekulo since he joined Parliament, I wish to thank Mr. Lekulo for his close to 2 decades of service to Parliament and wish him well in his future endeavors. In keeping with our usual parliamentary tradition, can we now join in foot thumping in appreciation of the gallant service this gentleman has given to this House and to Parliament as a whole? I thank you. Take your seats quickly, members. The nearest. Raso, I know you are a nomad, but you should take you should take the nearest. Honorable members, I'll give the leadership to starting with the majority leader, followed by minority leader, followed by, is Lekuton in the House? The area member of Parliament for Lekulo, the Honorable Joseph Lekuton, is not in the House. Okay, go ahead, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to not only thank Mr. Lekulo for the long service that he has rendered not to the National Assembly, but to the people and the Republic of Kenya. But lastly, in the last 19 years of public service in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, for those who have bothered to dig a little bit about the service of the Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly, will appreciate the huge role that Mr. Lekulo has played in bringing civility in the conduct of the work of Sergeant at Arms in the National Assembly, and indeed through him, training officers that are even serving in the Senate as Sergeant at Arms, and officers who serve us with a lot of civility, very diligent officers led by Mr. Lekulo. Honorable Speaker, as you have said in your communication, Mr. Lekulo, having come from the public administration, having served as a DO, brought with him that civilian service attitude into the National Assembly. And for those who have learned a little bit the history of this House, and for people like you, Honorable Speaker, who have been here long enough to know that there's a time when Sergeant at Arms were largely from the military and the police service. And I'm told, Honorable Speaker, by your predecessors and older members like Honorable Kainan, that there's a time there was actually some sort of tiff between officers who came from the military, because there was a captain and a major who were serving, and one being senior to the other. There was a lot of friction. But Mr. Lekulo brought in very good order in this service, and he has served not just his juniors, but also members of Parliament with a lot of civility, and encourage those of the younger officers who serve under him to serve as diligently as he has served the people of Kenya, and more specifically members of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. We have seen over the years, Honorable Speaker, right from the time when I joined this House back in 2013 during the security laws, a fist fight here, Honorable Speaker, where you are visiting a member in the Speaker's gallery. But it took the Sergeant at Arms a lot of effort.
I'll never forget that day. A member from Nakuru called Kimani Ngunjiri boxed me up there. Go on.
And Honorable Speaker, you know, why not for Mr. Lekulo and other diligent servicemen who serve in the Sergeant at Arms office, a lot of things would have happened, unpleasant things, Honorable Speaker. And I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, because even now, in a House where you have 349 political leaders from diverse backgrounds, with different levels of their egos, dealing with a political class like this in a House like this, Honorable Speaker, who at times may decide to be very dishonorable, Honorable Speaker, it takes the civility and the dignified conduct of work that Mr. Lekulo has set out in the service that they serve in as Sergeant at Arms, to at times bring order in a very disorderly place. And I must congratulate Mr. Lekulo and thank him for the service, as I said, he has rendered to the people of Kenya by rendering great service to the people's representatives who sit in this house. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, if there are people who deserve post-retirement to serve in boards, in government, and I hope the head of public service and ministers who have served in this house and been served by Mr. Lekulo, when there is opportunity to identify men and women of integrity to serve in boards of our parastatals, Mr. Lekulo is one such man who must not be left out. And we must ensure, Honorable Speaker, and we will work to ensure that Mr. Lekulo goes on to serve in boards of government agencies because he deserves it, Honorable Speaker, and is a man of unquestionable integrity and a man who represents a very small community in this country, Honorable Speaker, and I'm sure many members of Parliament may not know that Mr. Lekulo comes from the El Molo community, the smallest community in this country. And if an El Molo could rise from being a student to qualify to be a public administrator as a DO and rise to the high office of the Chief Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly, it tells you that any child in Kenya can be anything that they desire to be and they work to be. And Mr. Lekulo remains a shining example to not only the El Molo community, but to also other marginalized and small communities in this country that they have a chance. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I want to address you. As the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the El Molo community have lost one position in the National Assembly. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought the mic had gone off because I was addressing you. Honorable Speaker, I was saying this is a house that represents not just the people, but represents equity in our nation. And it is important, Honorable Speaker, that this position that Mr. Lekulo held, that was held by a man of great repute from the Mbolo community, that the Commission works to ensure that we get more El Molos to serve in the National Assembly so that all the people of Kenya, when they are represented by members of Parliament, can also see the face of their communities in the staff establishment with the National Assembly. And I must, Honorable Speaker, congratulate the Parliamentary Service Commission that has ensured that this House becomes a hallmark of actual equitable representation of people within our staff establishment, Honorable Speaker. And with that, again, Mr. Lekulo, congratulations. And in all your future endeavors, may you continue serving with the diligence and dedication that you have served us as the people's representatives, and in your service to us, you have served the people of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Junet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for granting me this opportunity to bid farewell to a distinguished officer of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the outgoing Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Lekulo, this moment, Mr. Speaker, is both emotional because, Mr. Speaker, since I came to this Parliament, I have known Mr. Lekulo as the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Lekulo looked soft-spoken, but he was very firm when he wants to make a decision. And when there were issues of security or disorder in the House, Mr. Speaker, as well you will know who Mr. Lekulo is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, personally, I had an interaction with him in the 11th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That time I was a very vibrant and a bit disorderly politician, and I used to have a lot of problems with the DCI. Mr. Speaker, they will look for me in town and they can't find me, and they will serve the summons through Mr. Lekulo. And one day I was hiding in someone's house. My wife called me, I don't know how we got her number, and told me somebody called, Mr. Lekula has called, and he has said the police is looking for you. And he has the summons, tomorrow morning go to Parliament and collect the summons. So, Mr. Speaker, I didn't come to Parliament. I went to Nation to do an interview in the morning. And the Nation people promised me they will hide me after the interview. And when I just walked out, I found this here inside the studio where we were doing the interview, Mr. Speaker. I wish I had followed Lukulo's instructions that I come to Parliament to collect the summons so that I can go to the DCI, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who knew what he was doing. This is a man who has served this country with dedication, this institution, Mr. Speaker, with dedication. This is a man that we are going to miss as parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the majority leader has alluded to, this man comes from the smallest community in the country called El Molo. A lot of us didn't know that. We were assuming he's a Samburu, he's a Maasai, or something, until today, when we did research on him, because of his living, is when we realized that he's from El Molo, Mr. Speaker. And that shows you how representative Parliament can be, both in terms of representation in the House and the staffing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a man we should not let go after even he retires. This man, if there was, there is these positions that are in the Parliamentary Service Commission that are normally nominated by parties, minority and majority. This man should be in the Parliamentary Service Commission. He will do better than some of them who are there now. Putting on, I can tell you, he has more experience, more knowledge. He knows how Parliament operates. He knows. No, I don't want to mention names, but I don't want to mention names, but Lekulo will serve both the interest of the staff and MPs, Mr. Speaker. In the earliest opportunity, a vacancy occurs there, and we can even make it occur myself here, because I have the opportunity. I have the constitutional mandate to remove a commissioner. Commissioners must know that they were appointed by this House, and the procedure of removing also is vested in this House, constitutionally. So in the event we decide to create a vacancy, the way we decided to create a vacancy in the Deputy President's office, if we create a vacancy, Mr. Speaker, you remember we created a vacancy in the Deputy President's office, and somebody now is occupying it fully. And he's doing a good job, better than the one we removed. So if this also we create a vacancy there, which I am seeing very soon a vacancy will occur, Mr. Lekulo should be the first person to occupy that office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say that Mr. Lekulo is an example, Mr. Speaker, of how our staff of this parliament are dedicated to their job. Mr. Speaker, I came to realize later, as a parliamentarian, that the security of members of parliament primarily lies with the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. It is them who advises us, this place is not good, don't go, do this. Even when we go for national events, Mr. Speaker, the first contact you have is the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Lekulo, you are one of the people, if today we could extend the retirement age, we will have done it for you. But now, time has come, don't worry, we are together, go and serve the country in another capacity, and we wish you all the best, and we thank you for your service that you have provided to this House. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, congratulations, Mr. Lekulo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The remaining people, honorable members, if I give you, you'll have just 2 minutes. Raso, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to join you in congratulating Chief Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Lekulo. He comes from my county, and indeed, as the leader of majority and minority have said, he comes from the smallest community, even in our county, with less than members numbering 500. He has been a trailblazer, the first El Molo to be in government, as a teacher, as an administrator.
For those of you who are getting amazed at the El Molo occupy the shores of Lake Turkana, a place called Loyangalani. I have some friends there, and I've had very good visits there. to visit. There are less than 600 people. Honorable Lekulo tells us, as Eliud Kipchoge said, no human is limited. Go on, Ras.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a teacher at Garbatula High School, when Garbatula was a national school, it was actually a beacon that young boys and girls attending that school, they felt that if a young El Molo teacher can come and teach in Garbatula, that all of them can rise to the top. Honorable Speaker, I say again, he was a trailblazer. The first district commissioner, actually among the first from the region, although there were a few from the major communities, but he was the first from among his people, including the Rendile, the Boran, the Gabra, the Samburu. Honorable Speaker, in Parliament, he has provided a distinguished service. When you see him, he is the face of calm and composure. Like Honorable Junet said, wherever there is some disturbance around Parliament, and you see him, he was the face of confidence. He will always say, Mheshimiwa hakuna shida, tuko. And today, as he retires, he's retiring as the senior most El Molo in government, and he's the face of his people. I want to join the leader of majority and minority that the El Molos must be represented in government, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have first interacted with Mr. Lekulo in 1990 at Moi University when both of us were pursuing a degree course, Mr. Speaker, and since then we have been members of the Moi University Alumni Association. Mr. Speaker, and then as Fate will have it later on, he also went back to my former high school, Garbatula High School, where he became a teacher, and then later on, we met in Parliament here as a staff, him as a staff, and then me as a parliamentarian. Mr. Speaker, to many, retirement is synonymous with withdrawal, with pull out, Mr. Speaker, with pullback, with disengagement, with recess, with reclusion. But Mr. Speaker, for Lekulo, I will say three things. This retirement provides an opportunity for you to go and relax, to go and rest, and to go and find new avenues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to pose a question to my colleagues here. And this is something that all of us as members of the national leadership of the Republic of Kenya, we need to ask ourselves. If truly we were to subscribe to the politics of shareholding, Mr. Speaker, will somebody from the El Mono community ever have risen to become the sergeant at arms of the then Parliament of Kenya and today the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya? The answer is obvious. The answer is no, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say four things, and will allow me one thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lekulo, this retirement, rest, you have earned it. Secondly, seek new adventures, enjoy. Congratulations, welcome to new life. And the Speaker has concluded, you as our leader, I want you to believe with His Excellency the President. I have known Mr. Lekulo more than any other. I have been a commissioner for 3 terms. And I will say one thing that many members don't know. I have joined this parliament when most of the staff was secondees from either special branch or special DOs. Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Lekulo joined this parliament, he never behaved in a manner to demonstrate his background as a special DO, Mr. Speaker. Throughout, he has been civil. Throughout, he has been down to earth. We want to send you to His Excellency the President, Mr. Speaker. We do not want to wait for the long process of removing a commissioner. You know, that's tedious. It's not as easy as it's tedious. It's a very serious constitutional process. Mr. Speaker, the moment you give him his last letter of retirement from here, we want to send you to His Excellency the President. Mr. Lekulo, as a honor to the El Mono community, the first graduate the first graduate ever to have stepped at National University, to have been employed by a national institution like Parliament under your leadership. Before the month ends, we want Lekulo to earn another job. I thank you for organizing this. This itself is unprecedented. It's something that he really deserves, and we say thank you to you under your leadership and all the others who have participated. Mr. Lekulo, please enjoy your life until you get the next appointment, and I'm sure it will be soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Epuyo Nanok. Give Epuyo the mic.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi ya kuweza kumpongeza ndugu yangu, rafiki yangu na kiongozi ambaye tulisoma pamoja na yeye tangu shule ya upili, tukiwa shule ya Kabarak High School pamoja. Namna vile nilimjua Mheshimiwa Lekulo, tukiwa watoto vijana wadogo wa miaka 13, 14 kwa shule hiyo, vile tulianza sekondari mwaka wa 82. Nilikutana na mmoja wetu ambaye alikuwa kama sio shule ya Kabarak, Mheshimiwa Spika, pengine hatungekuwa tunapata nafasi hiyo. Saa hizi tunampongeza kwa sababu ya ile msingi ambayo masomo ya shule ya upili ya Kabarak High School ilituwezesha sisi wote. Nilipochaguliwa mwaka wa 2013 kwa bunge hili, nilimpata Sergeant at Arms wetu Lekulo hapa, na nilijihisi nimefika mahali ambayo ni nyumbani, kwa sababu tumekuwa pamoja Kabarak kwa miaka 6, tukaenda Moi University pamoja na yeye, na heshima ambayo Mheshimiwa Lekulo amekuwa nayo tangu ujana wake ndio hii ambayo tunasherehekea anapoenda kustaafu. Kwa hivyo nampongeza ndugu Lekulo. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, maombi yetu ni moja. Mimi kama mbunge ya watu wa Turkana West ambayo ni kati ya wale ambao tunajua ni watu wamekuwa marginalized, naomba Spika, yale ambayo viongozi wetu wamesema hapa iwezekane. Hivyo ndio vile Kenya inakuwa kama nchi ya jamii.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you also to Parliament for honoring Mr. Lekulo. I must say that just watching the procession and the whole ceremony, it was emotional and almost gave me goosebumps. And I'm so happy, and I want to congratulate Mr. Lekulo that this happened when he's alive. Most of the time we praise people and give service and give accolades once they are gone, Mr. Speaker. But I want to thank God that God has given Mr. Lekulo the years, the time to be alive, to hear members of Parliament give him his flowers when he's still alive, Mr. Speaker. And thank you so much for your leadership also, Mr. Speaker, for allowing us this opportunity to do this, Mr. Speaker. I must say that Mr. Lekulo, you would not even think he's the Chief Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. He has the soft power. He has something that most of us can emulate from him, Mr. Speaker, that you can actually be at the top, but lead with grace, lead with humility, lead and ensure that the troops that you lead also follow in line or toe in line by being humble and not too forceful, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to say this about the Molo community. Actually, if you Google them, you even see they're endangered. I don't know what is endangering them at the shores of Lake Turkana, but I can also see the amusement of some of my colleagues here. If you come from a point of privilege from where you come from, you should also just accommodate, because this is what makes the nation. This is what makes all of us, regardless of where you come from, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lekulo has shown us that it doesn't matter really where you come from. It doesn't matter the circumstances that you have gone off. Given an opportunity in this country, Mr. Speaker,
each and every Kenyan can serve this country with dignity, can serve this country, Mr. Speaker, with the diligence that is required. And I must salute you, Mr. Lekulo. I must salute your family for allowing you to serve this parliament, Mr. Speaker. I can imagine the long hours that you had to work sometimes in this house, Mr. Speaker. Your family stood by you, and I'm happy that they are all here to hear what we have to say about you, Mr. Speaker. And I do hope that the values that you put that you have shared with the other sergeant at arms, Mr. Speaker, that they will live on, that your gap will not be felt, that we will continue to see the same discipline that we are seeing amongst the sergeant at arms, Mr. Speaker. I also want to agree, and thank you so much for taking care of the mace. I didn't know the mace was purely your job. I'm told the mace, if there was a problem with the mace, it was you. Thank you for taking care of this mace. Otherwise, would have gone into election prematurely. But just as it has been said, I'm sure the country can tap into his immense experience and knowledge in serving in other positions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come, Kate. And don't tell us that Lekulo was a warlord like you. He wasn't. He wasn't.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He's a very peaceful man.
Yeah, I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Lekulo is indeed a very peaceful man, just like me. Mr. Speaker, I have had the privilege of serving with Mr. Lekulo as a member of staff in this parliament. I joined this parliament in February 1997. He came much later. And I want to confirm that what has been said about him is indeed true, as we have observed over the years. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Lekulo, like has been said, comes from a very small community. And he has demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, that it does not matter where you come from. As long as you're given a chance, you are able to serve in whatever capacity you're given in the nation. I want, in paying tribute to Mr. Lekulo, Mr. Speaker, I want to remember the former Speaker, Honorable Kaparo. I want to thank Honorable Kaparo for identifying Mr. Lekulo. In as much as Mr. Lekulo has done a beautiful job for this parliament, we must remember that the former Speaker also played a big role in identifying his talent and recruiting him to the sergeant at arms position, just like some of us here in this life. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Lekulo has demonstrated that even somebody from a minority community can serve at the highest level in this country, just like the current deputy president. I see some people looking that do.
Time up. Peter Oscar Nabulindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a congratulatory message to my friend and colleague, Mr. Lekulo. I knew Mr. Lekulo when I was employed in Parliament here as a young graduate. That's in 2002. And he's one of the officers who actually welcomed me here and trained me, a training that enabled me to excel in my career here in Parliament, in the Hansard Department first, in the National Assembly, then later the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this time to thank Mr. Lekulo for the service he has offered to this parliament and to me as an individual. I wish him all the best as he goes to his next phase of life. Mr. Speaker, Chief Lekulo here, we used to call him, he has transformed the Sergeant at Arms Department from what it used to be, a very rudimentary security organ, into an ultra-modern security organ for Parliament in the modern times. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Lekulo proceeds ahead, I urge the leadership of this country not to leave him in the cold. A man who has offered service to Parliament for so many years, we should not hear word that he has gone into oblivion or into some very funny life. Mr. Speaker, I'll take this chance again to wish him all the best. Mr. Lekulo, as you proceed.
Wangari.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Hata mimi niunge wenzangu mkono kwa kumpa mkono wa buriani na mkono wa kumuaga katika kazi yake ya bunge Bwana Lekulo. Bwana Spika, ni vizuri sana tuweze kumsherehekea kama mpambe mkuu sababu ameweza kufanya kazi yake vizuri. Sisi wengi hatukujua hata ametoka jamii ya Elmolo sababu hakuwa anaangalia watu kulingana na mahali wametoka, alikuwa anaweza kutuhudumia sisi wote, uwe kabila gani ama gani. Na Bwana Spika, nataka nikushukuru sana na katibu wa bunge hili sababu mmeweza kumpea heshima yake na msafara wake wa mwisho na kuweza kubeba hata siwa ambayo ni siwa ambayo tunaitumikia hapa, siwa Mamezi, Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, nikiangalia jamii yake pale juu, nafikiri bibi yake ama mke wake anaweza kupitia tabasamu sasa sababu pia wataweza kurudishiwa baba yao na mume wake kiasi. Haijaisha jameni. Sababu Bwana Spika, kazi ya kukua mpambe mkuu katika bunge si rahisi. Hawa wabunge wametoka utamaduni tofauti, wametoka mahali tofauti na wanampigia simu mpaka saa 6 wakati kuna jambo la usalama, lakini sasa wataweza kurudi kwa jamii yake na aweze kukaa na watoto wake na vile vile aweze kuenjoy ama kuweza kusherehekea kustaafu kwake. Bwana Spika, ninamuomba pia na naunga mkono wa viongozi wetu wa bunge, ikipatikana nafasi nyingine apewe kazi ambayo sasa sio ngumu kama ile alikuwa nayo, lakini ikuwe ni kazi ambayo itampea nafasi ya kuhudumia pia jamii yake, na tunamuombea maisha mrefu na tunamuombea Mola aweze kumzawadia kwa kazi ambayo amefanya kwa umma. Asante Bwana Spika.
Korere. Mother, well done.
Nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, naungana na wenzangu ambaye wamemlimbikizia sifa huyu Bwana Lekulo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nilimjua Lekulo kabla kuingia kwenye hii bunge, alipokuwa mkuu wa tarafa ya Mgogodo ambayo makao yake makuu iko katika Doldol. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tangu nimjue hadi leo amekuwa ni mtu mwenye nidhamu na bidii ya hali ya juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa ametoka katika jamii ndogo zaidi katika nchi hii ambaye inaitwa Elmolo, ambaye henda ikawa wengine wetu hapa hawajui kuhusu jamii ya Elmolo, huyu Lekulo ameonesha ukakamavu na uadilifu ambaye haina kila mtu. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, si kawaida kuona ama si jambo la kawaida kufanya kazi hadi ukastaafu ukiwa na sifa zako jinsi ulivyoingia. Huyu bwana ameweza kuhudumia bunge hili bila kulalamika, bila kuchoka na bila shaka. Mheshimiwa Spika, hata anapostaafu jamaa huyu anaonekana mwenye afya, anaonekana ambaye Mwenyezi Mungu amemuhifadhi. Na mimi naomba nchi hii yetu ya Kenya, kuna pahala ambaye Lekulo anaendelea kuhudumia nchi hii. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, hata bunge hili ningekuomba mahala ambapo ametoka Lekulo, tuhakikishe wanapoandika wafanyikazi wengine wa bunge hii, tuweze kupata watu wengine kutoka kwa jamii ya Elmolo na kwa jamii ya wale walio wachache katika nchi hii. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapomuaga tunashukuru sana familia yake kwa kumpa nguvu, kwa kusimama na yeye.
Thank you, Sarah. Honorable members, will end here on Lekulo. I want to confirm to all of you that Lekulo's file is blemishless. He has never received a caution or a warning or a complaint from any member of staff for the years he has served this parliament. A man with a soft voice, but a strong message. A man who dedicated his life ensuring that you are safe. I know some members, one or two, who once in a while have walked through with their firearms, and Lekulo has politely told them that they are out of order. One member defied him. Lekulo walked to my office and told me, I don't want to humiliate a member of parliament. There's a member who is not obeying the rules. And I called the member and told him, even if you feel unsafe, not among your colleagues here. You don't have to spot a gun in the precincts of parliament. That is the Lekulo we are bidding farewell. A great man, a great Kenyan, and above all, a man from one of our smallest and least talked about and least appreciated communities, living on the shores of Lake Turkana, fishing, battling crocodiles, but emerged from there to become a teacher, a DO, and your chief sergeant at arms. He deserves a round of applause. Merely, what is it? I was winding up the summation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker said you should have given me an opportunity to also acknowledge him, because I also battled the crocodiles as a fisherwoman. But otherwise, I just wish to say that he has served us with distinction.
It is not documented, but we'll give you the benefit of doubt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in this life, you have to find ways of surviving. If you have not been given a chance, you must find a way of squeezing your way in. But I just want to thank Mr. Lekulo for serving us with the distinction. It is not easy to deal with members of parliament. Each of us here predominantly choleric by nature, with very huge egos from here to Timbuktu, but he's been able to manage very well. I wish you all the best, and I wish, may God give you all the blessings.
Yes, Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt I have interrupted my whip because, Mr. Speaker, she is acknowledging and accepting that it is very difficult to deal with members of parliament, especially when you are dealing with Honorable Millie of the Yambo. And I remember a time here, Mr. Speaker, when Millie was almost removing everything, if it was not Lekulo.
Mr. Speaker, let me respond to Honorable Junet Mohammed. Mr. Speaker, I'm usually very difficult to deal with because I'm a bad girl. But more recently, especially if you are in the broad-based government, as we are dealing with the, ODM and the other, the UDA, we are in a broad-based arrangement. Mr. Speaker, this is the most difficult thing to deal with in life. Because I'm swimming in very unfamiliar waters. Me, I know how to twanga. Hey, Mr. Speaker, hii ni ngumu. But I'm learning. Hii ni maisha mangumu sana. Sorry for mixing, but I'm learning. I'm learning to swim katikati kidogo.
Keep it to Lekulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at least when you give me to appreciate Mr. Lekulo, at least that is waters I can swim very nicely around. And I just want to thank you because you have served this parliament with distinction. And as Honorable Junet says very correctly, that most members, because by nature we are predominantly choleric for those who understand personalities. And because of that, we are very difficult. Even when we are the ones who are on the wrong, we insist we are on the right. So I just wish to, pray for God's blessings. You are retired but not tired, so continue serving humanity. And welcome still to Parliament, offering advisory for the others who will take over. Thank you.
I wanted to close here. Yes, Wamchomba, 1 minute. Milemba, 1 minute. I want to close here. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for appreciating that I should say something. And I was just wondering, we have had very many national accolades and national awards that we have given to outstanding members of public service. It is my recommendation that, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, because we don't have a Speaker's Award, we recommend the retiring major, the wonderful worker, to get a national a recognition and acknowledgement by the government of Kenya.
He has one already.
We would
OGW.
want to recommend that he get another one for handling Millie Odhiambo and Gathoni Wamuchomba in this house.
Milemba, 1 minute. I want to close here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the early times of the 80s and 70s, the national schools were very few, and Gabatula was one of them. And Mr. Lekulo, now retiring, was a teacher at Gabatula. It was one of the schools you'd hardly get a chance to teach in. And he is an epitome of how teachers can rise through the ranks. He epitomizes the future of teachers, having led the way as the earliest teacher from a school to parliament to a chief sergeant at arms. We want to wish him well as he goes back to home, and we hope he will continue doing a good service for the community, which is hardly 1,400 people if you look at the census of 2019, but the real El Molos are just about 500, and they face serious challenge of being assimilated by the Samburu and the Turkana. This is a community that needs to be protected. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish you very well, Brother Lekulo.
Thank you, honorable members. Let's end there. And Honorable Lekulo, we wish you well. And we hope that you will have an opportunity to serve this country in other capacities. And Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, in diplomacy we say you can go and whisper into the right ears on behalf of Mr. Lekulo, so that he can be able to be accommodated beyond here. And I want to encourage the managers of this parliament, starting with myself, that this parliament is not for any exclusive communities. It is for all of us as Kenyans. And Lekulo has been the only El Molo worker. Has been the only one. Parliament should find a way of accommodating some of our very, very minor communities. I would want to see a Makonde here. I want to see an Elimolo here. I would want to see a Pemba here. I want to see the Shonas here. There's Shonas who fled from Zimbabwe and settled somewhere in Kabete, in Kino. We want to see those people represent. The Subas are many here. You are here, Karolo Mondi is here. We have Nyamita here. We have Zijui. You are many. And the Minister for Finance of the country is a Suba. You are not marginalized in any way. Professor Jaldeza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 259D3, and on behalf of myself and the people of Moyale constituency, I wish to extend my heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and the people of Isiolo County on the passing on of the late Honorable Mohamed Tubi Bidu of Isiolo South constituency. His demise is a profound loss not only to the family and constituents, but also to the nation at large. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Tubi was an outstanding parliamentarian who served his country with great honor and distinction in various capacities, including as county clerk, county council clerk in Isiolo and Narok, as the first Speaker of the Isiolo County Assembly. He was a humble leader and a principled statesman and a true defender of the rights and welfare of his people. In the National Assembly, he distinguished himself through wisdom, courage, and unwavering commitment to public service. His calm demeanor and firm dedication earned him deep respect across the political divide. Mr. Speaker, you saw the multitude of people who came to witness his laying down. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to express our sincere appreciation to the medical team at the Nairobi Hospital, who took care of him with diligence and compassion, going beyond the call of duty. On behalf of the family, I wish to convey our gratitude to the entire parliamentary staff who responded swiftly and ensured that the late Honorable Tupi received the dignity and respect befitting his service to the nation. The parliamentary staff actually took over the security at Nairobi Hospital on that event day. Honorable Speaker, I further wish to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, for his exemplary leadership, including personally attending the burial and standing family with the family and the community during their moment of grief. The people of Isiolo South and the wider community remain deeply grateful. I also acknowledge the more than 20 members of this House who attended the funeral and conveyed their condolences to the bereaved family. Honorable Speaker, as we mourn his passing, we also celebrate a life of purpose, integrity, and service. May the Almighty grant comfort to his family. May the legacy of the late Honorable Mohamed Tupi continue to inspire all of us in the service of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to announce to the House that the Isiolo community have actually endorsed his son to take over the leadership of the constituency. So his son is being prepared. Anytime it's done, he will be unopposed in the constituency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mumina, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise today with a very heavy heart to join this House and the people of Kenya in mourning a colleague, a brother, and a committed servant of the people, the late Honorable Mohamed Tupi Bidu. His passing has created a deep emptiness, not only in Isiolo South, but also here in this House where he served with dignity and humility. Honorable Speaker, Hon Tupi Bidu was a man who carried the dreams of his people with sincerity and courage. He believed in service that lifts others and in leadership rooted in compassion and fairness. He never sought the spotlight. Instead, he allowed his work to speak for him and spoke loudly. Honorable Speaker, one of his greatest gifts to his community was in the field of education. He firmly believed that every child deserves a chance and that poverty should never close the door to learning. Under his leadership, all high-school students in Isiolo South accessed free education. Many children who might have dropped out are today in classrooms because of his efforts. He strengthened the school infrastructure, supported learning programs, and ensured that no child was left behind. For him, education was not just a government function, it was a personal mission and a promise to the next generation. Before joining this House, Honorable Tupi served as the first Speaker of Isiolo County Assembly. This was a historic role, and he approached it with wisdom and calmness. He provided order where there was uncertainty and direction where the path was new. The foundation he laid continues to guide Isiolo County today. He helped shape devolution at its birth, and its impact will be felt for many years to come. In this House, Honorable Tupi himself carried himself with grace, and when he spoke, he did so with purpose, clarity, and a deep sense of responsibility to his people. Honorable Speaker, we will remember him as a humble man, a principled man, and a man who served with his heart. Isiolo South has lost a father figure, Kenya has lost a true patriot, and we, his colleagues, have lost a brother whose kindness, wisdom, and warmth we deeply cherished. Honorable Speaker, I extend sincere condolences to his family, to the people of Isiolo South, and to all who had the privilege of working alongside him. May they find strength during this difficult time. May the good deeds of Honorable Tupi continue to shine through the lives of those who he uplifted. May his soul rest in perfect and eternal peace. Thank you.
Member for Lagdera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to eulogize and mourn a great friend, a neighbor, and a peaceful man. Mr. Speaker, I also thank you for being with us during the burial. We were there with you. You went to see the family, you spoke to the family, and the people of Isiolo, I think, appreciated that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I and Honorable Tupi are neighbors. We have almost 100-kilometer neighbor. I mean, we have 100-kilometer border between Isiolo South and Lagdera. And the 3 years we are in this parliament, we did something that could not happen the last 20 years. To make our people, the people of Lagdera and the Isiolo South, to coexist peacefully. I think before we came in as parliament, I didn't know Mr. Tupi, but our families were friends. We used to live together at a place called Garbatula. But when we came in, we sat together and said that we should not have no more bloodshed along our border. We sat and we did something that could not happen for 20 good years. There was no peace along that border. Now people coexist, they live together, they share the grazing lands, they share watering points, and what I can say is that, Mr. Tupi, for people of Lagdera and people of Isiolo South, it was a beacon of hope and was a beacon of peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, will you now be upstanding in honor of Honorable Bidu? And like I did say, I represented all of you at the burial. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. Take your seats. Kainan, take your seat and continue talking to your colleague from a seated position. Other members on their feet, take your seats. The member consumed in a conversation with Mama Machakos, take your seat. Yes, Nguna. Kandie, take your seat. Honorable members, our communication. Honorable members, our communication on the State of the Nation address to Parliament by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Honorable members, Standing Order 42.1 relating to messages from the President provides that the Speaker, and I quote, shall read to the House any message from the President delivered to the Speaker for communication to the House. In this regard, I wish to inform the House that I received a message from His Excellency the President conveying that he intends to deliver the 13th State of the Nation Address 2025 to Parliament pursuant to Article 132.1 of the Constitution on Thursday, 20th November 2025. Honorable members, Article 132.1b and c of the Constitution states, and I quote, the President shall address a special sitting of Parliament once every year and may address Parliament at any other time. C, once every year, report in an address to the nation on all the measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of the national values referred to in Article 10 of the Constitution. 2, publish in the Gazette the details of the measures and progress under subparagraph 1. And 3, submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. Honorable members, in accordance with the above provisions of the Constitution and Standing Order 22.2, I wish to notify all members that a special sitting of Parliament will take place on Thursday, 20th November 2025 at 2:30 p.m. in the National Assembly Main Chamber Parliament buildings. A notification of the special sitting has since been published in the Kenya Gazette, notice number 16519 of 12th November 2025, and indeed as also notified by way of a newspaper notification published on 12th November 2025 for the information of members and the general public. I am aware that the offices of the clerks of the Houses of Parliament have commenced preparations for the day, and further logistical details will be communicated to members in due course. I thank you. Honorable members, the next issue is the issue on quorum of the House during reporting of 3 bills. Honorable members, it has been brought to my attention that during the reporting of the consideration of 3 bills by the Committee of the Whole House on Thursday, 13th November 2025, various claims arose as to whether a quorum of the House was present. Honorable members, Article 121A of the Constitution sets the quorum of the House at any given time at 50 members. The requirement is replicated as Standing Order 34 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. As per parliamentary practice and precedent, when presiding over the House, the Speaker has no eyes to see or ears to hear. As such, if a claim is made after the commencement of a sitting that a quorum is not present, our Standing Order 35 requires the Speaker to ascertain and pronounce the actual number of members in the House. The Standing Order proceeds to guide on the steps to be taken where a quorum is not present. Honourable members, I have perused the Hansard of the proceedings of the sitting in question and note that there is no indication of whether the claims relating to quorum were addressed at that time. There is an undeniable link between the quorum of the House and the conduct of its proceedings and decisions. Consequently, I must give the benefit of the doubt that there has been raised to the members who raise an objection. I have therefore instructed the clerk to prepare a supplementary order paper for today's sitting to address that anomaly, which has also been approved by the House Business Committee. Honourable members will note from the supplementary order paper that order number 8, 9, 10, and 11 relate to the consideration of the 3 bills. In relation to the Government-Owned Enterprise Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, I have received a request for recommittal of specific clauses of the bill. This shall be considered in the usual manner as provided in the standing orders. The request has nothing to do with the proceedings of the day. The request is from the Majority Leader to recommit. Honourable members, arising from the same proceedings of Thursday, 13th November 2025, I have received a representation from the Honourable Robert Mbui, CBS MP, and the Honourable Julius Mawathe MP appealing against their suspension. In principle, the 2 members are inviting the Speaker to consider whether the provisions of Standing Order 107A, grossly disorderly conduct, were fairly exercised. The Standing Order provides that a member commits an act of gross disorderly conduct if the member attempts to or remove the mess from its place in the chamber. Standing Order 107A3 provides that the Speaker may call a member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to order and order the member to withdraw immediately from the presence of the National Assembly for a minimum of 5 days and a maximum of 28 days, including the day of suspension. The established practice in Commonwealth parliamentary jurisdictions, honourable members, and indeed in our Parliament, is that whenever an appeal is lodged against the action of a presiding officer, the officer who was presiding has the prerogative to certify himself or herself on the merits of the appeal. I am not inclined to depart from this practice and will therefore not comment further on the matter, other than to say that I've looked at the CCTV footage, and indeed the honourable member actually interfered with the mess, and my able deputy speaker meted the lowest and the least punishment provided for that offense. 5 days is the least, 28 days is the maximum. And if you want to be more drastic, the leadership of the House can also be invited to name the member. She exercised her discretion and provided the most lenient of punishments in the matter of that offense of the day. The House will therefore proceed as guided and as contained in the supplementary order paper in circulation. Thank you. Next. Members, with the statements, we will dispose of orders number 8, number 9, number 10, and 11 before we come to the statements.
Order number 8, report of Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025, question to be put in third reading.
Order, members. I need that. Yes, of course. Yeah, I'll use this. Then you give me that. Order, members. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025, be now read a third time. And I also request the Honorable Cynthia Muge to second.
Cynthia?
I second.
I beg to second. For the record, I beg to second.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025, be now read a third time. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Capital Markets Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2025, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Capital Markets Act. Order number 9, motion, report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025. Question to be put and third reading.
Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025, be now read a third time. And I also request the Honorable Member for Mwea, the Honorable Mary Maingi, to second.
She's walking out. Mary Maingi.
Give me the mic. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Do you know what you are seconding?
That the bill be read at that time.
Honorable members, order. Order, members, take your seats. And Mary Maingi, you have made a very big mistake by just crossing the aisle. Can you go to the bar, bow, and then cross the floor? Excellent. Now you can take your seat on the side you want. Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025, be now read a third time. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2025, be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to repeal the Provisional Collection of Taxes and Duties Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 10, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, subject to recommittal of the first schedule to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, will you now be upstanding? Order be upstanding. We'll now go to the Committee of the Whole House to deal with the recommitted one clause.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, we will now consider the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, which is dealing with the recommittal of the first schedule to the bill.
First schedule.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the first schedule be amended as it is on the order paper. Honorable Speaker, this is just to amend the schedule, to remove from the schedule Kenya Pipeline Company, which is already undergoing privatization, therefore can be categorized as part of the government-owned enterprises. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, honorable members, I propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed.
Put the question.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So I go. Okay, Honorable, the mover, please. Move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill of 2025, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill 2025, National Assembly Bills number 40 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker,
we must thank Honorable Kaluma for his enthusiasm. Yes. Well done, Kaluma. Yes, mover. The chair of the committee. Sorry.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill 2025, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and also request the Honorable Rebecca Tongei to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
I second, Honorable Speaker.
I beg to second.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I put the question. I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill of 2025, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, be now read a third time, and also request the Honorable Irene Mayaka to second.
Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
I beg to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Yes, Oundo, what is out of order? I have not proposed the question, Oundo. What guidance are you looking for?
Honorable Speaker, it's just a matter of procedure, and this we have raised in this House severally and numerous times, and unfortunately our voices have never been heard. And Honorable Speaker, I want to address you on two issues. Number one, when we were in Naivasha in February, we entered into a gentleman and woman, woman agreement that in no single time shall we ever disrupt the Parliament, the sitting of the National Assembly, on account of quorum when there is serious business to be conducted. We agree that, Honorable Speaker. And we also agreed in a reciprocal way, Honorable Speaker, that whoever sits on the floor, on the chair at any given time will also be courteous enough and listen to the voices and concerns of the members of Parliament who are here. Truth be told, Honorable Speaker, many times, I sit here all the time. I have restrained myself from calling the quorum bell when we do not even have numbers, out of due respect for you. But Honorable Speaker, the way now we are moving at this stage, we might have no choice but to break that gentleman's agreement. Second, Honorable Speaker, the standing order clearly indicates that the order of the day will be published 12 hours before the sitting of the House. And I want to draw on the issue of public-owned, the government-owned enterprises. The order paper that was published on Wednesday evening did not contain committee of the whole House. So generally, most of us went to undertake other business. Yours truly, the Speaker, you went to witness the interment of our colleague. Many of us went to Mombasa to deal with other parliamentary businesses and also other matters, only to be ambushed late at around 1:30 or 2:30 or 3, we see circulating as a supplementary order paper containing details for the committee of the whole House. Honorable Speaker, this we want to refer to you, I want to term it, is the legislation by ambush. This can't happen, Speaker. We beseech you and we beg you, as a parliament, let's hold that long-held tradition. We were in the House of Commons. I think we were some of us, Dawood and the honorable lady, the honorable MP from Laikipia. And the order paper, Honorable Speaker, is published early enough and never changes unless there are exigencies of a call of duty that allows. And I showed the clerk when we were traveling with him from London. That is the kind of tradition that we want to have, Honorable Speaker. I know it's your prerogative. I cannot interfere with it. But also just listen to us that Parliament must be held in its esteem and its honor. I raise my case, Honorable Speaker.
Junet, give Junet the
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, who is a member of my party, has raised very fundamental issues. But I think before you address them, Mr. Speaker, I want to give also my opinion on them. First, Mr. Speaker, the issue of quorum is true. It's very important. But nothing stops any member from raising a quorum issue whenever he wants to raise. So, Mr. Speaker, that is just a point to note, that if there is quorum, somebody can raise. But the substantive issue is the issue of the matter that we have just dispensed of. Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, we had a House Business Committee meeting today. As usual, we have every Tuesday. And that is where the business of the week is discussed. But, Mr. Speaker, there is also a precedent in the Parliament where there is supplementary order paper, Mr. Speaker. And supplementary order paper comes after the normal order paper, Mr. Speaker. And the supplementary order is allowed in the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. So this business was contained in the supplementary order, Mr. Speaker. And the supplementary order, Mr. Speaker, was also published in the parliamentary website, Mr. Speaker. And the standing orders will bear me clear that, Mr. Speaker, that this matter was properly in the supplement. Even me in the morning when I came to the House Business Committee, I did not know that there's a supplementary order until my attention was brought to it by the majority leader, Mr. Speaker. I was still using the order paper that existed earlier. So it is very important for members to be keen to know whether we have an order paper or we have a supplementary order paper. So, Mr. Speaker, I know my member is very unhappy with what has gone through now, but that's how the business of the House is conducted. Mr. Speaker, the House of Business is conducted in that manner, that supplementary paper order comes, you need to marshal your numbers from the eating place, from the dining place, because by the time we are going for lunch, the supplementary order is paper, is out. That is where now you start talking to members and you bring them to the House if you want to defeat the business that is in the supplementary order. So, Mr. Speaker, I will sit down with Dr. Undo and we will discuss the matter also internally as a party, and we will agree on a position, on which position. As a family.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And the issue raised by Honorable Undo seemingly seems very legit. However, Honorable Speaker, he is pointed out to practice in the House of Commons, but the only Honorable Undo knows he is elected by the people of Funyula in the National Assembly of Kenya, not in the House of Commons. And in the National Assembly of Kenya, we are guided by their standing orders. And he knows, because he's been here long enough, at least I've been here with him since 2013, or he joined one parliament later in 2017. So at least he's been here for the last 8 years, and he knows over the last 8 years, Standing Order 38-2 provides that the order paper, indeed as he says, shall be published the day before, but a supplementary order paper shall be made available at least 1 hour before the House meets. So I was wondering, Honorable Speaker, whether this order paper was not indeed available an hour before the House sat. And I can confirm it was. Just like today, this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, the order paper we are using for this afternoon is a supplementary order paper. The order paper that was published last night is not the order paper we are using, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, the Honorable Oundo cannot be faulting the House for following what is already provided for in the standing orders, but I would also want to advise him, if you want us to work as the House of Common works, without any supplementary order papers, it is within your right to approach the House Procedures Committee to amend our standing orders. But
First of all, both of you are wrong. The House of Commons publishes supplementary order papers.
Honorable Speaker, I could be wrong because I was following the misinformation.
It is not correct.
Yes.
Majority Leader,
So actually, what
I
Honorable
wrote
Speaker,
these standing orders, and I went to the House of Commons. I went to the House of Commons in Australia. I went to the House of Commons in Canada. I went to Zambia. I went to South Africa. I went to Isle of Man. I went to Ganze. I went to Jersey. I went to Nigeria. And these are all comparable jurisdictions. And they publish supplementary order papers.
Now, Honorable Speaker, what else would I even add, Honorable Speaker? Considering that you have been in this House for over 30 years, you wrote these standing orders. So a member who just appeared here 8 years ago now wants to lecture you on what is provided for in the House of Commons. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, I was very careful to say that the point that Honorable Oundo was raising seemingly may seem legit. But you see, you have now confirmed, Honorable Speaker, that in fact the Honorable Oundo should be apologizing to the House for misleading the House on matters touching on the House of Commons, because as you have clearly said, it is not provided for even in the House of Commons, Honorable Speaker. But just to affirm, Honorable Speaker, just like you are saying, on matters of quorum, Honorable Speaker, nobody has said that any member cannot raise a matter of quorum. But again, Honorable Speaker, we must be very honorable in the way we conduct business in the House. Because, Honorable Speaker, and I don't want to delve into what you addressed on the issue of the Honorable Robert Mbui, an attempt to grab the mace to attract the Speaker's attention is not part of what is provided for in our standing orders, Honorable Speaker. And you have a way, and the Speaker, all speakers, including the Honorable Kaluma, have seen the Honorable Kaluma seated there, guiding members that if you want to attract the Speaker's attention, we have a digitized system in this House where you attract the Speaker's attention by just buzzing on your gadget. Honorable Speaker, standing and sitting in your place like the Honorable Kamene is trying to do now to shout epithets, Honorable Speaker, at the Speaker is not part of the way we conduct business in this House. If you want to attract the Speaker's attention, the Speaker will catch your attention, and if you raise quorum, Honorable Speaker, because I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, and I confirmed on record, at the time the question of quorum was being raised last week, we were 60 members of Parliament seated in this House, Honorable Speaker. But you cannot sit from where you sit and start shouting, Honorable Speaker, and if you can protect me from the member for Machakos, the Honorable Kamene, Honorable Speaker, because, you know, and Honorable Kamene knows, Honorable Speaker, that I am least of the people you can shout at to make them stop saying what they are saying.
Wind up, wind up.
And you know, I don't want to look at her for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker.
Wind up.
I do not want to look for a member for Machakos for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker, which many men in this House know, Honorable Speaker.
Order, members, order. I don't want this to escalate. Honorable Kamene, take your cool, Mama. Take your cool. Order, members. Honorable Kamene, you know we have walked this political journey on the same side for many years. And I want, first of all, I want to give credit to Honorable Sunguli. The team that we wrote these standing orders were with Julius Sunguli, the late Dr. Godana, the late Henry Obwocha, and Bishop Kimani from Nakuru. We did this together. Honorable Undo, one, any member, even now, as we have quorum, any member can frivolously stand up and say there's no quorum. Nothing stops us. But we agreed in Naivasha exactly what you said. And I want to encourage members to have probity to our informal agreement that if you go to the House of Commons, which you quoted, in many situations you'll find the Speaker on the chair, 3 or 4 members debating, and members will be out there when they see the member on the floor about to finish their speech, they come in. And unlike what we do here, and I've told the clerk that your broadcasting unit must tile up. In the House of Commons, the camera for live broadcast focuses only on the Speaker and the member on the floor, and nobody else. We have had situations here where at the beginning, our cameras will be zooming on members dozing, on members whispering, on members on phone, on members sitting badly, and all manner of things. We don't want to encourage this in our house. Our broadcasting unit must be professional. Business of the house goes on with the Speaker on the chair and the member on the floor. Any others are side issues. On the issue of the order paper, Honorable Undo, the standing orders that 8, 1, and 2 provide that the ordinary order paper must be published at least 12 hours to the sitting. A supplementary order paper will be published at least 1 hour to the sitting. So that is not a big issue. There are certain urgent matters that come that require to be dealt with. They may even come from you. House business sits at noon to 1, and we start the House at 2:30. If it authorizes a supplementary order paper, it will definitely not be within 12 hours. That's why we have that 1 hour window. But any other issues, both myself, my deputy, and members of my panel will be on the lookout to ensure that we enforce the rules of the House. But let me also say this, members. Whatever agitation you may have, whatever displeasure you may have, that mess there is the symbol of the authority of this House. Is the symbol of the authority of this House. You may just look at it as a piece of furniture. It's a symbol of the authority of any House of Parliament anywhere in the world, not just in Kenya. To resist the attempt to go out of your way to touch that mess. The only people who should touch that mess are the Sergeant at Arms and his team. In the 7th Parliament on this floor, may God rest their souls in eternal peace. People like Nicholas Biwott, there were other members, they fought here, and injuries occurred because of this mess. One member had sneaked in with a rungu, and he struck the other one on the head, and he bled here. Yes, because of protecting the mess. Whatever, I will always give you time, the way I've given to Honorable Undo, and my deputy will do the same. My panel members will do the same. For any member to raise any matter that you feel should be raised in the House. But don't touch the mess. That's why I said even my deputy was very lenient in meting punishment for touching the mess. That is a matter that we all must condemn. You never can tell when you will be sitting here, and you can imagine the authority of the house you are presiding on being undermined by somebody going for the mess. My sister Elachi has been a speaker in the County Assembly of Nairobi, and she encountered this kind of rowdy behavior. And once in a while, she comes to tell me how difficult it was. The mess is the symbol of your authority. If you are here and there's no mess, the house is not constituted. So let's bear that in mind. Allow me now to propose the question. Thanks, Oundo, for raising the issue, and I hope you have been adequately responded to, and you take it with the humility. And honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill 2025, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025, be now read a third time. I put the question. I now put the question, which is that the Government-Owned Enterprises Bill 2025, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2025 be now read a third time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. With those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment, control, governance, performance, and ownership of government-owned enterprises, public service obligations in respect of government-owned enterprises, to facilitate the reconstitution of existing government-owned enterprises into public limited liability companies for the transfer of assets, liabilities, and business of government-owned enterprises to companies and for connected purposes. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. They're quite a number. Legal notice number 170 relating to the tax procedures on assembled motor vehicles and trailers. Number 2, amendment regulations and explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of the following: the Civil Servants Housing Scheme Fund, State Department for Housing and Urban Development. 2, East Africa's Center for Excellence for Skills and Tertiary Education in Biomedical Sciences, Phase 1, project loan number 210015003197, and loan number 210015004349 from the Ministry of Health. 3 is Garissa Rural Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 4 is Garissa Teachers Training College. 5, Global Fund to reduce malaria incidents and deaths by at least 75% of the 2016 levels by 2023, working towards a malaria-free Kenya. Kenya MTNT number 2064 from the Ministry of Health. 6 is a Global Fund reducing the burden, ensuring sustainability and accelerating progress towards malaria elimination in Kenya. Grant number KEN MTNT 4149 from the Ministry of Health. 7 is a Kenya Cooperation and Partnership Facility, KCPF, project number KE/FED of 2019/014712, credit number FED/2021-423175 from the State Department for Devolution. 8 is a Kenya Devolution Support Program, IDA 7447 KE, County Government of Mandera. 9 is a Kenya Electricity Modernization Project, KEMP, IDA credit number 5587 KE, State Department of Energy. 10 is the Kenya National Examinations Council. 11 is the Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access, IDA credit number 6135 KE from Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC. 12 is a Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project, credit number 6348 KE, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs. 13 is the Kenya Social and Economic Inclusion Project number P164654, IDA credit number 63480 KE, and grant number TF 0A9527 from the National Drought Management Authority. 14 is the National Drought Emergency Fund. 15, National Employment Authority. 16, National Land Commission Housing Scheme Fund. 17, the National Syndemic Diseases Control Council, Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme. 18 is the National Treasury Capacity Strengthening Project, grant number 550015501392, ID number PKE-K0011 from the National Treasury. Number 19 is the Northeastern National Polytechnic. Number 20 is the Resilient Sustainable Systems for Health, RSSH, KENT-TNT 2067, subrecipient from the Ministry of Health. 21 is the Resilient Sustainability Systems for Health, RSSH, KENT-TNT 41458, again sub-recipient, the Ministry of Health. Number 22 is the Sunset Hotel Limited. Number 23 is a support to the attainment of Vision 2030 through devolved land reforms in community lands of Kenya from the National Lands Commission. Number 24 is the establishment of Bus Rapid Transit Line 5 project, EDCF loan agreement number KEN5 from the Kenya Urban Roads Authority. Number 25 is the Tobacco Control Board. And finally, number 26, USAID Boresha Jamii project, number 72061521, CA00004, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee.
40 days of mourning. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 18th November 2025. Third report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 1, the Teacher Service Commission, 2, the Public Service Commission, and 3, the Judicial Service Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, next is order number, the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. You want to move the motion? Give notice of motion? Honorable Karoli, you're giving the notice of motion? Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the third report of the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 18th November 2025 on the status of implementation of the Constitution by 1, the Teacher Service Commission, 2, the Public Service Commission, and 3, the Judicial Service Commission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have a request for a statement by Honorable Gitonga Mukunji. Is Honorable Mukunji here? Okay, we'll pass. Next is a request for a statement by the Honorable Paul Biego, member for Chesumei. Are you ready with your statement? Okay. May proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request for a statement on status of Belekenya, Karlel, Kaptilil, Chepterit Road, and a second road, Baraton, Samo, Kamobo Road. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport Infrastructure regarding the status of Belekenya, Karlel, Kaptilil, Chepterit Road, and Baraton, Samo, Kamobo Road. Honorable Speaker, in March 2025, JICA Limited was awarded a contract for Belekenya, Karlel, Kaptilil, Chepterit Road in Chesume constituency under the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, KURA. The contractor did partial works and left the site with an assurance to return soon thereafter and complete the remaining works. Despite this undertaking by the contractor and follow-up with the KURA, the contractor is yet to return to the site. Further, the bill of quantities BQs unreasonably allocated only 850 meters for graveling works under a contract sum of about Kenyan shillings 5 million for the project. Considering that the major component of a road construction is graveling, there was need to review the scope of works to establish the justification for allocating only 850 meters for graveling against a budget of Kenyan shillings 5 million thereabout. Honorable Speaker, with regard to Samo Kamobo Road, which was also earmarked for graveling, it was realized that both KURA and KERA had allocated funds for graveling the same road, resulting in double allocation. Following consultations, Madam Speaker, KURA was requested to change the BQs and channel the funds to construction of a bridge on that particular road called Kamurguiwa Bridge along the same road, but construction is yet to be undertaken. Delays to undertake works on the said roads is negatively impacting the economic development of the region, calling for urgent intervention. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. 1. A report on the reasons for delayed graveling of Belekenya, Karlel, Kaptildil, Chepterit, and Baraton, Samo, Kamobo roads, and the outcome of the review of the scope of works vis-a-vis the allocated funds. Number 2, a report of the oversight by KURA on the graveling of the said roads, whether the gravel sections were certified to meet the standards, and if not, actions taken on the substandard works. Number 3, a confirmation whether KURA undertook graveling works on Samo Kamobo Road despite being also funded by KERA, or changed the scope to construct Kamurguiwa Bridge as requested. And lastly, Madam Speaker, routine maintenance plans by KURA for the two roads pending upgrading, including the budgetary allocation in the financial year 2025, 2026, and timelines for undertaking the works. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that. Thank you.
Okay, Chairperson for Transport and Infrastructure. Yes.
Honorable Speaker will respond in 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Then the next one, I'm told that the member for Bumbula has dropped that particular request for statement. So now we go to the request for statement by the Honorable Richard Kilel, member for Bomet Central. Then after that, it's you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to request for a statement regarding the need for the expansion and dualling of the highway section, stretching from Nyangwares River Bridge to Chepkosa River within Bomet Town, Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Orders 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the expansion and dwelling of a road section stretching from Nyangores River Bridge to Chepkosa River Bridge within Bomet Town in Bomet County. Honorable Speaker, the current road design within Bomet Town was developed very many years ago when the town's population and traffic volumes were relatively low. However, Bomet has since grown into a major commercial and transit hub, linking several counties and serving a critical corridor for both domestic and regional traffic. The road serves as a vital artery for the movement of people, goods, and agricultural produce within Kenya and across the East Africa and Central Africa regions. Honorable Speaker, despite the strategic importance, the section of the highway passing through Bomet Town remains a single carriageway that can no longer accommodate the ever-increasing volume of vehicles. The result has been persistent congestion with motorists, especially those using the Kisii Bomet Nairobi route, often held up for several hours. This congestion spills into the town's inner roads, severely disrupting movement, business operations, and daily life. Traffic congestion also spills over to the main road that provides access to HEC Tenwek Hospital, formerly Tenwek Mission Hospital, which is the second largest referral hospital in the country. This has not only impeded emergency response and patient transfers, but also compromise access to critical medical services for thousands of people from across the region. This situation has not only reduced productivity, but has also led to frequent accidents, increased fuel consumption, and hindered economic growth. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Number one, details on whether the Ministry or Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, has undertaken any feasibility study, design, and budgetary planning for the dualling of the highway section between Nyangores River and Chepkosa River, and if not, when such plans will commence. Number two, immediate and medium-term measures that the ministry has put in place to manage the worsening congestion and ensure the safety of road users. And number three, the timelines, funding arrangements, and implementation framework under which the proposed expansion and dualling project will be prioritized within the national road programs and the level of stakeholders consultation undertaken on the project. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
On transport and infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, we have a satisfactory response in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Then we have another statement that wasn't in the order that has been approved. Member for Samburu North. There's the one to your left. The one to your left is on, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This one on my left is a bit short, but it will do. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the recent recruitment of police officers at Baragoi Town in Samburu North constituency. Madam Speaker, following the High Court's lifting of conservatory orders that had temporarily suspended the process, the National Police Service issued a directive confirming the resumption of its planned nationwide recruitment exercise. In a notice dated November 14, 2025, the NPS announced that the one-day recruitment for 10,000 police constables would proceed as scheduled on Monday, 17 November from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at all the 427 designated centers across the country. This exercise represents a pivotal step in strengthening the NPS capacity through commitment to fairness, transparency, and merit-based selection, ultimately fostering a more professional and community-oriented policing framework. Madam Speaker, despite the NPS public reaffirmation of its dedication to a transparent and accountable process, and its explicit encouragement for all qualified Kenyans to participate once the vacancies are advertised, female candidates from Samburu North constituency were turned away at the Baragoi Town Recruitment Center on November 17, 2025, solely on the basis of the agenda. This disturbing incident directly contradicts the NPS stated commitment to gender inclusivity, which was clearly reflected in the advertised minimum height requirements of 5 feet 4 inches for men and 5 feet 3 inches for women, and raises grave concerns about uneven application of policy at the ground level. It underscores the urgent need for an immediate independent investigation to establish the facts, hold those responsible to account, and ensure the integrity of the nationwide recruitment exercise is fully restored. Madam Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement, an urgent statement from the Attorney General through the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1. Reasons why female candidates were explicitly barred from participating in the police recruitment at the Baragoi Recruitment Center and the basis in which they were turned away. 2. Action being taken by the Inspector General to discipline the officers in charge at Baragoi for the incident and the timelines for the accountability measures. 3. Measures being taken by the Inspector General to grant the affected female candidates from Samburu North an opportunity, like the rest of the country, and which is their constitutional right, to participate in a make-up recruitment exercise at the earliest time possible. And 4, plans being put in place to launch an independent public inquiry into gender discrimination in a recent nationwide recruitment for police officers, with findings released immediately or as soon as possible. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Chairperson, Administration and Internal Security. Yes, Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we can confirm that there was nationwide recruitment of police yesterday. And I think the flaw is that the recruitment took place largely successful. But I think I do not want to respond to honorable colleagues, although I know of some areas where they didn't recruit the female candidates. But in 2 weeks, we'll be able to respond, Madam Speaker.
Won't you be time barred by that time?
Madam Speaker, I think we can respond as early as next week.
Maybe Thursday.
Maybe Tuesday next week.
Okay. Right. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Murugara?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As Honorable Russell and the Office of the President and the NPS respond, it's a concern that is countrywide. So can we have a response that covers the entire country so that we know exactly where these anomalies came from and that we don't have to keep on repeatedly asking similar questions or requesting for similar statements? Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Russell. They want to amend to say for the whole country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think honorable colleague is well, what he has stated is well within means for the National Police Service to actually give us a countrywide throughput of what happened in yesterday's recruitment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now we have responses to statements that had been sought. The first one is the one that had been from the Committee on Administration and Internal Security. The one that had been sought by Honorable Cynthia Mugesh is present. Yeah, you may proceed to put out the response.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Nandi County, Honorable Cynthia Muge, requested to be apprised of the recent escalation of tension and killings in Kimwani and Chebonet areas of Tinderet, Nandi County. She sought as follows: circumstances leading to the alleged use of excessive force by the police, steps being taken to investigate the killings and hold accountable those responsible, measures being put in place to de-escalate tension and ensure safety of residents, plans in place to resolve the underlying land dispute. Madam Speaker, the circumstances leading to alleged use of excessive force. On 28 September 2025, Mr. Samson Cherambus reported at Timberere Police Post in Tinderet Sub-County, via OB number 428-9-2025, that a group of squatters was planning to forcibly subdivide his parcel of land, claiming ownership. On 29 September 2025, approximately 650 squatters invaded the farm in the Kumwani area and subdivided the land among themselves. The squatters were armed with arrows, stones, and other crude weapons. Madam Speaker, police officers unsuccessfully attempted to restore order using non-violent means, prompting the use of live ammunition. Regrettably, 2 individuals were fatally injured during the confrontation. The bodies were transferred to Nandi Hills Sub-County Hospital morgue for preservation and further examination. On 7th October 2025, a post-mortem examination was conducted by the government pathologist in the presence of close family members. The examination established that the cause of death was injuries sustained from gunshot wounds. Madam Speaker, steps being taken to investigate the killings. The OCS of Songor Police Station submitted the incident reports to his superiors and shared the details with IPOA. IPOA subsequently commenced investigation, and the service is fully cooperating. Once the investigations are completed, the service will implement its recommendation. 3, measures being put in place to de-escalate tension and ensure safety of residents in Kimwani and Chebonet. Madam Speaker, the following measures are being put in place to enhance the safety of residents in Kimwani. 1, both foot and mobile patrols have been strengthened to deter criminal activity. Increase the number of community policing meetings. 3, community members are encouraged to report critical intelligence anonymous through the Fichua Kwa DCI toll-free hotline 0800-722-203 with the assurance of confidentiality and protection for whistleblowers. 4, regular public forums, barazas, and consultative meetings are being held between the conflicting parties. 4th, plans in place to resolve the underlying land dispute and prevent future conflict. Honorable Speaker, the following measures are being employed to resolve the underlying land dispute. 1, DCI has intensified investigation into land dispute in the area to prevent such issues from escalating into violence. 2, DCI has engaged relevant government agencies to expedite land demarcation, ensuring that disputes are addressed promptly to prevent conflict. 3, communities are being sensitized on legal procedures to ensure disputes are resolved through lawful channels before they escalate. Madam Speaker, I beg to submit Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Muge, do you have any comment? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the committee for having been able to bring this particular response to this House today. Of course, I was a little bit concerned last week because as we speak currently, Honorable Speaker, there is another invasion that is happening at Kimwani. And Honorable Speaker, the situation is not looking good, it's really looking bad. And looking at the response, Honorable Speaker, it looks like a response that has been given to just make sure that it meets the requirements of responding to the issues or the question, the item in question. Honorable Speaker, the mention of IPOA investigating whatever had happened, I appreciate that because IPOA has to take up the death that has already occurred. I appreciate that from the ministry. But Honorable Speaker, on paper, the response looks really good and it looks progressive because it's even making reference to sensitization forums that are happening. Honorable Speaker, there is no sensitization happening on the ground as we speak today. What is happening right now is running battles. And the part of the question, Honorable Speaker, that we want to understand is, who is this? Who is fighting against who and what are the issues? And Honorable Speaker, if you look at the statement that I sought on this House, on the floor of this House, the statement was clear. We wanted to know what are these activities that are going to help us de-escalate the situation in Kimwani. And as we speak, Honorable Speaker, the situation is worse than it was when I was seeking this statement, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Interior and Security, Honorable Speaker, should pay attention to that case and be able to partner with National Land Commission and go to the ground so that, one, Honorable Speaker, the sensitization that they're speaking about here is done on the ground. Let us hear of meetings that the people that are concerned with the land issue have been brought together and the issue is sorted or solved, Honorable Speaker. And if it cannot be solved, at least the people know what is happening. So, Honorable Speaker, I must say that I'm dissatisfied because something has to get going on the ground. A solution has to be communicated to the people of Kimwani, who right now, Honorable Speaker, are not sleeping in their houses and they are living in fear because they don't know the next time a bullet will break through their legs or their thighs or their heads, Honorable Speaker. So this response, Honorable Speaker, must show action, not just on paper.
Honorable Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having got this particular response from the ministry, actually we sought further information on this. First, Mr. Cherambus was a public servant, somebody who served this country with distinction. When we were saying goodbye to Lekulo here, I just remembered somebody like Cherambus, people who have put their lives on the line to serve this country, and only for them to be retired. He was a senior police officer. So this particular case, and I want honorable colleague to agree with me, it is about law and order. It is also about safeguarding lives and properties. And if individuals take the law into their own hands, all of a sudden somebody feels that so-and-so has a lot of land, let us get a bit of it. I think then we are crossing the red line. We have understood what honorable colleague has said. We will respond, we will refer back the same to the ministry so that DCCs and ACCs, all of them must begin to talk to the people. I think the use of arms to restore law and order is not good enough. They must be able to have community conversation so that individual properties are not violated or lives are not lost unnecessarily because of individuals are being misguided to take the law into their own hands. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The chairperson, Energy Committee, I think you have a statement for the Honorable Hussein Bare, member for Tarbaj.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I have a lengthy...
And he's a member for Tarbach here.
Yeah,
Okay.
seated
Proceed.
next to me. Madam Speaker, I have a lengthy statement, though I will try and summarize it. Madam Speaker, the following letter dated 30th September 2025 by the member Abdi Bare Hussein, the MP for Tarbash, particularly asking last mile in his constituency. And he had 4 questions that have been written by the ministry as follows. He wanted a comprehensive status report on the current level of electricity connectivity in Tarbash constituency, including connected rates, comparison with the national average, and progress achieved under the last mile connectivity program to date. Currently, connectivity for Tarbash is about 4.5, approximately 1,245 households, against an average of 16%, representing approximately 26,232 households in Wajir or Wajir. The ministry, through REREC and Kenya Power, has implemented a program of 17,673,422 in 10 schemes that are targets about 875 households. These programs are all in Tarbash constituency. Madam Speaker, the second question details the funds allocated and dispatched by the ministry toward last mile programs in Tarbash constituency over the last 3 financial years, including how such funds have been utilized, the project implemented, their level of completion, and the reason why stalled or rejected programs. That question the ministry has answered as follows. In the last 3 financial years, that financial year 2023-2024, 2025-2025, and 2025-2026, REREC has allocated and approved 192,533,443 million towards electrification of projects in Tarbash constituency. But this connectivity is about 754 customers through the initiative. And the ministry has got all the programs under GOK and COSAP that are being implemented in the same constituency. Further, the ministry has allocated 392,086,668.24 under the Solar Access Program, CONSAP, and the table also is within the 5 mini-grids which are in Tarbash, Wajir County. Table 4 consists of 5 standalone solar PCV programs totaling to 6,306,779 million, and details that I'll give my colleague here. And the third question was details accounts of all programs currently undergoing and those plans for implementation under the program in the current financial year, indicating timelines, target beneficiaries, and financing earmarked for completion. REREC has undergone the last mile connectivity program costing about 11,636,263.02, which is currently under construction stage. In addition, the World Bank funded off-grid program CONSAP under REREC is implementing Martian Ben for boreholes solarization at a cost of 1,347,544 41.3 under the financial year 2025-2026. REREC has also earmarked some towns like Gunana, Ugai, for implementation of the same program. The projects are currently in design and are expected to be completed on 30th June 2026. Madam Speaker, the project funded, Tarbach project funded on ongoing. GOK, COSAP programs, there is a table also that has outlined the same. For those under design to be funded on 2025-2026, approximately 44 million are also under Table 6 and are elaborated as I have actually discussed with my colleague. Table 7, project design awaiting finance of 284,541,130.04 are also awaiting funds but designed. And finally, Madam Speaker, the last question by the Honorable is the ministry long-term strategy. What is the ministry long strategy? Concrete measures to address the permanent resolve of persistent issues of low electricity penetration and poor connectivity in Tarbach constituency and a wider northern Kenya region. The ministry recognized that Tarbach and the greater north region of Kenya has lower electricity connectivity relatively to other regions in the country. This partly contributes to the grid being too far away and the high cost of the grid extension as demonstrated by the Kenya National Electrification Strategy of 2025. In order to address this disparity, the ministry has adopted the following strategies. 1, enhancement of the REREC renewable energy strategy by mapping all potential areas for installation of modern mini-grids in the area far away from the grid. These include potential sites as Tarbach constituency and other areas of Wajir County which will be considered. 2, application of affirmative action in allocation of budgets to underserving areas based on prevailing electrification rates. Adoption of alternative energy technologies like solar for boreholes to have sustainable power solution to power. The projects will provide meter for domestic use, small-scale irrigation, and livestock. To this regard, REREC is solarizing 3 or 6 boreholes in northern Kenya region through off-grid solar electrification program, which is concept. And lastly, Madam Speaker, to enhance electrification, REREC is also engaging the county government of Wajir to co-share electrification program through the shilling-to-shilling matching fund program. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And I hope that goes with the apology for referring to the Speaker as Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have just seen that you quietly sneak into the chair.
Thank you. Honorable Hussein Bare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to appreciate the attempt made by the chair. However sad and unsatisfactory it is. Chair, it's sad because the chair just reads what is given to him from the ministry. But I want to draw your attention to the coverage percentage as read in the response. Tarbach constituency's electricity coverage is 4.5%. You can imagine when a whole constituency, which is 9,600 square kilometers, has only 4.5%. 4.5% coverage you can imagine how neglected it is. It is not only in this, but also in other aspects of development. Except for Kutulo maximization and Tarbaj TTC electrification, most of the other things which were read there were just convoluted information just to confuse the chair. So this is not satisfactory. I'm not happy about it. And I seek further clarification on this matter or further follow-up from the chair working with him. Equally, as you've seen, the Speaker, with no agriculture, farming there, and with no proper roads, and with no electricity, you can imagine how the people of Tarbaj constituency are suffering economically. They cannot do any industrial work, they cannot do any other work. Tarbaj gets electricity from two sources. One, a station in Kotulo and a station in Wajir town. Currently, Wajir town is in partial darkness. Some certain area gets power, others are in darkness. So the whole town is in problem. Some of us feel ashamed when we go back during the campaigns, what we will tell people, because we've been promising them heaven, and Wajir town, the headquarters of Wajir, is in darkness. Also, the station in Kotulo is running on a very old genset, which is breaking every now and then, defeating the purpose for which electricity was sought in the first place. I am making, therefore, an appeal with the chair listening, that the surveyed areas that are waiting funding to be given priority, because Tarbaj constituency has not been served well, because I sought for the past 3 years and each year's allocation, this has not been clearly provided, just to confuse. So Tarbaj constituency was not served well, and I want the proper attention given to the areas which are surveyed, and funding is expected. A special money must be put so that the percentage of coverage in Tarbaj constituency goes up. Thank you very much.
Which member is that lifting his hands? I can't see you on the... No, if your card is not there, you can't be recognized. Is that Honorable Aramat? Yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you could allow us to call the CS and the PS to answer in person instead of as a committee, to answer in person the concerns of the honorable member, instead of them giving us a statement to read, and probably he would be getting enough answers. But Honorable Speaker, if you look at the larger programs, they are saying designs has been done, and there is also a concept in the same area, so there is something being done. But I think the CS and the PS would be more of importance to appear so that they can answer the member questions, even in the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Undo, you want to speak to this? Honorable Victor Koech wants to joyride.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support my chair in that we should, as an house, invite the CS for energy to come to this house, to come before this house, to explain to this house and by extension to the people of Kenya as to why some projects are designed and taken entirely 1 year before they are implemented. It is equally something that we as an house should now notice, that those projects that have been undertaken by KPLC, that is from AFD donors, have taken longer than the time that was required to have been done. Honorable Speaker, we are realizing that the contract is expiring maybe the end of this month or early next month, and yet 10% of these projects have been undertaken. It is important that the CS is invited to this house to give us progress report on what is happening and what is going to happen to the remaining projects, because what we are being told as members of parliament is that there is laxity from the contractors, and we're being told that there is lack of materials. The contractors are complaining that there is no payment wherever they raise invoices, and that is why they have taken too much time to implement these projects. Honorable Speaker, they say if you want to remain in power, you give people power. And if we don't give these people power now, we as a government and we, even the members of parliament, are going to suffer going ahead. Honorable Speaker, it is also important for these members sitting in this house today to realize that the only entity that is giving us meaningful projects and meaningful development is REREC. And if we want more projects, let us sit as an house and give more budget to REREC, because that is the only entity that has shown that whenever we give them budget, they implement as per the appropriation that we give as an house. It is important that we sit and be serious and be very deliberate on the budget that we give to REREC. Honorable Speaker, I want to support my Vice Chair in requesting that we invite the CS to explain to us on why some projects are designed and takes much more time than it is required. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Hussein Bare, who is representing the chair, Honorable Aramat. This issue is cross-cutting. I can tell you even the constituency from which I come is very low in terms of electric power penetration, but not, of course, as low as this one for Tarbaj. I mean, 4 point something, when some parts of the country already have 198%, it's not fair. It's not fair. So I wanted to direct, and I direct, that this matter be addressed before the committee in better detail, beyond the statement. So call the CS to the committee, let Honorable Hussein Bare and all members affected, including the Speaker, appear before the committee with the CS and his PS for energy seated there, so that we can deal with this last mile connectivity and how we can, jointly together better electric power penetration across the country. Honorable Hussein Bare, would that be sufficient directive?
It's okay, Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I will allow my colleague, if you may allow my colleague Boliro to say something.
You have no power to allow anybody to say anything on the floor. Honorable Aramat, going by the directions I've given, when do you want to call the CS before the committee to address this matter?
Speaker, would you allow us to do in 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yes.
So within 2 weeks, call the CS and the PS Energy before you and alert all members of the House affected so that the matter can be addressed in detail.
Thank you,
Parliament will arrange a space that can accommodate all the members, including the use of this plenary, if need be, for purposes of your sitting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Yusuf, what is out of order? We are spent on this one. We are functors of issue. Are you talking about, you want to raise your next issue?
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. First, your direction is clear. As you have already said, this is a cross-cutting issue. Mr. Speaker, the issue of electricity in northern Kenya, specifically Wajir County, is something that we need to solve immediately. It can't even wait for 2 weeks. As we speak today, now here, Wajir, forget about Tarbaj, Wajir West, or Elas, or the outcast. Wajir town itself, today they are suffering, blackout. The electricity is being rationed. The problem we have is the ministry promised so many times. Even there was a presidential directive in regards to provide new generators for short gap measures. However, Mr. Speaker, what happened, we don't know. the president gives direction, the ministries undertook to provide short-term gap for the people of Wajir. Nothing has happened. They have promised 12 megawatts solar power, which has not yet started. The issue of electricity in Wajir is very critical, Mr. Speaker. Number two, Mr. Speaker, this issue of COSAP, the mini-grids, there are 13 mini-grids that were done before in the entire country, different parts. But just after 5 years, less than 5 years, all the 13 mini-grids are not functioning today because of lack of maintenance, because of no batteries, because of, I don't know, so many excuses. One of the mini-grids is in my, one of my town, headquarters, called Harado. We called the ministry, the CS, the KPLC, REREC, all together as a committee of PIC to discuss the same matter. However, it took another 6 months without even replacing the same batteries. So I wonder, even if we are given more mini-grids by KBLC or REREC, after 5 years we will have the same problem. The government are not factoring in or thinking about the maintenance of that particular mini-grids or stations that are being constructed. How are we sure that the mini-grids that will be built or constructed by the COSAP will function forever without any problem? And whose responsibility will it be? Will it be REREC? Because there is confusion of who is to handle these programs. Some are handled by KBLC, the maintenance part is handled by KBLC, the construction part is handled by REREC, so it should be very clear. With those few remarks, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the word.
Yes, so Honorable Yusuf, that is the reason we are taking the matter back to the committee for more detailed consideration. Take all that information you have to the committee when the committee sits. And the committee is directed through the Vice Chair, Aramat, to let the members know when that business is going to be transacted. Honorable Basil, what is out of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I want to, actually I'm raising the same concerns like just my colleagues. If you look at some of our areas, for example, Yatta constituency, the connectivity to electricity is below 10%. And we are talking from 1963, Mr. Speaker. So it tells you we need to do business differently. Otherwise, we are going to deny people light all that time, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when you connect a new customer to the electric grid, Mr. Speaker, that is adding more revenue to government. So, Mr. Speaker, the chairman should actually call the CS to come and give us very clear message as to what steps they are going to take to ensure most of the areas that have been marginalized, like my constituency and others, are prioritized in the for the coming connectivity, Mr. Speaker. And they need to use data, Mr. Speaker, to distribute power accordingly, because lack of empirical data, Mr. Speaker, is actually ensuring we have skewness when it comes to power connectivity, Mr. Speaker. And that is why when I had this matter being brought to the House, I said I need to come and add my voice also to represent other areas that have been ignored or marginalized since 1963. When we attained internal self-rule, Mr. Speaker. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Basil and honorable members take all those concerns, including the concern the Speaker has for the constituency from which he comes, to the committee when we sit on the matter. Question number 3, the request for statement by Honorable Farah Yusuf is the Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in the House, or the Honorable Sir.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to start by tabling the the response to the statement by the Honorable Farah Yusuf, MP, Wajir West constituency, regarding compensation of victims of the Wagala massacre. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, the Honorable Farah Yusuf, MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs regarding the compensation of victims of the Wagala massacre on the 9th of October 2025. The committee wrote to the Honorable Attorney General via a letter dated 15th October 2025, inviting them to submit their response on the matter raised in the statement. In response thereto, which was forwarded to the committee by the Solicitor General on the 12th of November 2025, of which I now beg to submit to the court. Sorry, I beg to submit to the House. I'm sorry about the court bit, purely because of my background.
For members who do not know, Honorable Gitonga Mugara is one of the best barristers Kenya has ever produced.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have provided the Honorable Member of Parliament with the response. It's a lengthy one, but I will give an abbreviated version of it, and is able to look at it, and if not satisfied, he may raise whatever issues that he considers necessary for further consideration by the Honorable Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, on the 9th of October 2025, Honorable Yusuf Farah, Member of Parliament for Wajir West constituency, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. In particular, he sought the following: a report on the status of implementation of the recommendations by the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, which we famously know as TJRC, specifically regarding the victims of the Wagala massacre. Number B, an explanation for the inordinate delay in compensating the families and the victims of the massacre. And number C, measures being taken out or being put in place to provide support to the survivors, including providing rehabilitation programs and fast-tracking the said compensation. Honorable Speaker, in this regard, the Departmental Committee wrote to the Office of the Attorney General, and on the 12th of November 2025, the Office of the Attorney General responded as follows. Number one, the role of the Attorney General includes ensuring legal and policy framework for the compensation to be put in place, collaborating with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, the National Treasury, and other relevant government agencies to ensure effective and timely disbursement of compensation and providing legal advice on the nature and scope of reparations that are appropriate, including financial, medical support, and educational assistance. Number two, the TJRC was instrumental in establishing the facts about the past violations perpetrated on the victims of the Wagala massacre by preserving evidence, identifying perpetrators, fostering accountability, recommending reparations, and institutional reforms. The program to provide reparations to victims of the Wagala massacre for harm suffered will potentially provide concrete remedies, promote reconciliation, and restore confidence in the state because of the said incident. Number three, reparations sometimes include non-monetary elements such as the restitution of victims, legal rights, programs for rehabilitation for victims, and symbolic measures such as official apologies, monuments, and commemorative ceremonies. In this regard, The government of Kenya has since offered an apology to the victims through the State of the Nation address given by the then President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, in March 2015. Also, the government built a monument and conducted commemorative ceremonies in that area. Number 4, no single form of reparation is likely to be satisfactory to the victims. Instead, a combination of reparation measures is required. Notwithstanding the mode of transitional justice adopted, the demands of justice and the dictates of peace require that something be done to compensate the victims. Despite the potential challenges faced with material form of reparation, the Office of the Attorney General is willing and able to implement the respective framework. The Office of the Attorney General recommends that Parliament considers and adopts the report of the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission, which will enable the Office of the Attorney General to successfully develop a reparations policy and the reparations of historical injustices bill. That is a law that is going to come into place. The policy will guide the granting of reparations to the victims of Wagala massacre, while the bill, once enacted, will provide a legal basis for reparations and will provide for the administration of the proposed reparations for historical injustices fund, a fund to be established once the legal mechanism is in place. The success of the reparation framework will be determined by ensuring a common basis in international norms and standards and the mobilization of the necessary resources for the sustainable investment of justice. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. That is an abbreviated version of the response. The full response is with the Honorable Member, and he may actually ask any other matters that possibly are not clear, which we are able to answer, and if not able to answer, we seek more clarification from the Office of the Honorable Attorney General. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Farah Yusuf, MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just listened to my colleague, the Chairman of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee's response regarding my statement. And I understand he's just reading what he was given. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this matter is an unfortunate matter. It's a matter that happened and needs to be buried once and for all. The people of Wagala massacre from 1984 to date have not received any justice, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the government, the Attorney General, can give a shallow and insensitive statement regarding this kind of matter. Mr. Speaker, it's as if that the Attorney General is trying to divert the whole issue. I have asked for specific questions regarding this issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General is throwing the towel back to the Parliament to adopt a new policy, a policy that he doesn't want to come up with, because this Parliament cannot just come up with policy unless it is anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this matter needs to be concluded once and for all. Just recently, the President has given a directive and constituted a committee to compensate people who died during the protest. These are people who also died in the hands of Kenyan government. The military at that particular time. The TGRC report has done its bit. It is only that it was not adopted. Some part has been implemented where the former president has given an apology, which is okay. But the rest, why can't we not add and include the victims of Wagala massacre in the list of those who are currently being compensated instead of limiting to 2017? Why don't we expand the horizon from 1984 to date to compensate? Because those are Kenyans. The ones that have been now compensated are Kenyans. I don't see the reason as to why Wagala massacre people are taken round, no compensation, nothing. And even the Attorney General is, I don't know, is given a blanket explanation which is not satisfactory to the people of Kenya and specifically to the people of Wajir West. I demand a better response, Mr. Speaker, from the Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Before you butt in, Chair, is there any joyrider on this particular one? Yeah, because Honorable Yusuf, I've heard the Chair to say that it would be better the House adopts the Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission's report. And with that adoption of the report, the House will determine with its budgeting authority what is required to so do and create the structures for even identifying, the victims, so that we don't have the situation like happened in 2007, 2008, where some claimants were compensated multiple times. Others have not been compensated at all. I don't know whether you're aware that the Nyanza component, the western component of the 2007-2008 post-election violence has not been compensated, except, the Gusii portion, which was compensated a bit before the fresh elections of 2017. So he's saying without such a structure in terms of adoption and system being created and budgetary indications being put in, it may be difficult, and he's inviting the House of the representatives of the people to take those steps. I don't know what you think about that, but Honorable Undo, you wanted to joyride.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me also join my colleague in empathizing with the victims of Wagala massacre. I also remember in 2016, during some work, I traveled from Moyale all the way to Wajir by road. And along the line, one of the guides showed us the famous Wagala airstrip where the massacre occurred. And indeed, there was some kind of a monument, a white thing. It's also actually on my Facebook page. My phone is off. I would have showed him to indicate I have been there. Honorable Speaker, this country has suffered a lot of historical injustice, has suffered a lot of inhuman treatment and breach of human rights. We must find a way. We currently, Honorable Speaker, we have a government that believes in God, a government headed by a Messiah that was supposedly sent by God. We would have hoped by now, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Undo, that statement is sacrilegious.
Let me withdraw that particular statement.
Yes.
But only let me say, we have a government that came through holding the Bible, promising all the good things in this world. Honorable Speaker, it is tellingly unfair that all this time we have had no concerted efforts to literally address historical injustice, starting from independence up to now. It only took the intervention of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga for there to be some mockery of some kind of a committee to assess and compensate the victims. As we compensate the victims, Honorable Speaker, the government has got the records of the perpetrators of injustice, individual culpability. We can never saddle the people of Kenya for offenses and crimes committed by people we can tell who they are. Honorable Speaker, it must get to a point we must hold people responsible for their crimes without looking around the issue of executive order. Honorable Speaker, when we laid Baba to rest, there is a photo that has been circulating of the policeman who aimed his bullet and gun on the car of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga in Kware area. You cannot tell me that the government ought to have compensated the damage to the car, yet the perpetrator is known very well, captured everywhere. Honorable Speaker, we must stop punishing the taxpayer to pay for offenses for people we can identify. When Baba came from the US, while Baba you were away, the people who stoned him on Ojogo Road.
Honorable Undo, you know, is to ask supplementary questions or to seek clarification. Now you are debating. And you are debating in a manner that is exposing a lot of issues, which will bring, more questions and blur the issues further.
This is my further question.
Now you are calling that team a mockery of a team.
Let me rephrase my question.
Yes, you know it is a very important team, and it has only been stopped by the courts. I thought you would be reminding the courts to let that team work.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me rephrase my point of concern, further clarification, which might not have an answer now, but when they sit in JLAC, they can apply their mind on this matter. That, Honorable Speaker, what can we do as a country? One, to identify individual capabilities. Secondly, to ensure those who are responsible for any abuse of human rights of any Kenyan, they are held personally liable instead of saddling the national treasury and the people of Kenya to pay for heinous crimes committed by individuals. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Undo. The MP for Tharaka Nithi County.
MP Wajir West, Mheshimiwa Honorable Farah. It is now 41 years since the Wagara massacre happened. I remember I was around, maybe in class 2 or class 3. We learned about it later. We are aware that no amount of reparation can happen to ensure that the souls that have lost their beloved ones have been completely healed. But this will give some comfort. This is something that was done by the government. Let the government compensate them. We are aware that so many compensations have been happening, compensations that have even been brought about by natural calamities. So this one that was just done by the government, why can't they own up the mess and compensate the people of Wajir West? I am just imagining that when the honorable member was vying for this seat of Wajir West, one of the promises made was that you would ensure that what has never been happened by the former his predecessors, that he's going to do it. And now we are nearing 2027. He has to go and explain to the people of Wajir why this has not happened. So let's own up the matter as the government, let the compensation happen, let some reparation be done so that the people of Wajir West can be healed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I chair Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you've done it very well. In fact, it summarizes exactly what the Attorney General has said, that unless we do have a scheme of compensation anchored in law, we would have difficulties in compensating victims of such incidents. And take it back even to the pre-colonial times, we had the issues with compensating the Mau Mau. We had to go all the way to the UK, and even there wasn't any law to be used, but the UK government was magnanimous enough to give some form of reparation, which actually ended up not reaching to the Mau Mau. Even after independence, we have had many, many misfortunes, but unfortunately, we must make a distinction between disaster management, where disasters occur and we have the state departments that deal with that, with reparations regarding wrongs on human beings, purely because the government has made an error or government officers in the course of their employment have overstretched themselves or have overreached themselves. This is why it is now very necessary that we come up with a law in place We don't have a policy in the first place. And for the honorable member, that is the first step he should be doing, to urge the government to come up with a policy. And after the policy, we will have a reparations on historical injustices, where we have a bill which may come into law with its own regulations. If that happens, it becomes uniform for the country. It will not be a repetition of 2007, 2008, where victims were compensated selectively, whims of the persons in power. We do not want it that way. We want a law that applies to every Kenyan, so that if you are wronged by the government in a manner that requires you to go either under historical injustice, there is a legal framework which will be used to compensate you. So what you should be doing, Member of Parliament, is not to ask this question, because once you receive this answer, you do not have anything else to do. You do not have a law to fall back to. Now we should be moving through an effort of the Member of Parliament, myself and everybody else, to come up with a reparations law, which we will use to compensate those who are injured in such circumstances, or those who suffer loss and damage in respect of these circumstances, or those who lose their lives. I sincerely sympathize with the people of Wagala area in Wajir West, because that was totally unfortunate, uncalled for, excesses on the part of the government. But unfortunately, there is no law that is tying the government down to a compensation. This is why we should now move away from this question to having, number one, the policy, number two, the law, which is going to be a bill, and number three, a fund where this House will set aside resources that will be used to compensate such persons. Even if we tell the AG to give us any other response, it will not be any different from what has been provided today. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Yusuf, there is a law dealing with compensation of victims. Is it, Chair, the Victims Protection Act or the Victims Compensation? This law, Honorable Millie has been quoting a lot on the floor as having been, is victims compensation.
It is victims compensation,
Yeah,
which is a state department in the office of the Attorney General. Yes. It is actually not with the Victims Protection Agency. It is in the office of the Attorney General.
And that law does not cover...
The law wouldn't cover this, because I think it used, this looks like historical injustice.
Yeah.
That one is in respect of persons that have suffered loss and damage, and mostly possibly have gone to court and have been awarded damages for this. It may not cover this particular one, but I invite him also to look at that from the office of the Attorney General. But sincerely speaking, the best way to deal with this is to have a reparations law, which will have its own regulations. Then we would have a policy on the part of the government, but most important, this House would set aside resources which will go into a fund to compensate the Mau Mau victims, to compensate the Magala massacre victims. Maybe there are some also under the shifter wars who may want to make claims. The 1992 victims, 2007, 2008, and any others that may arise. We did a law on reparations so that we don't get it wrong. Thank you.
Honorable Yusuf, I thought we are done. Just give Honorable Yusuf.
Mr. Speaker, we're not yet done. Mr. Speaker,
the gravity of the matter.
When we are talking about selective justice, whenever an issue from Northern Kenya is presented to a public office, they come up with excuses, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you are saying we need a law to compensate the people of Wagala massacre, and you have powers to compensate people of post-election violence without law, Mr. Speaker, it is not fair to the people.
Honorable Yusuf, post-election violence was done under the National Reconciliation Accord law.
This
National
one is part
Accord
of
and
National
Reconciliation Act.
But even Wagala massacre is part of the National Reconciliation Accord, Mr. Speaker. It can't be out of that. It is the government of Kenya which did this same act. It is the police and the military which did this act. It is not people who did to themselves. It is just one and the same. What we are compensating is post-election violence, is the brutality the police has done to the people of Kenya. And this is exactly the same thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is unfair to take us around whenever we have an issue. And this country must have equal law. We must be equal to the law, Mr. Speaker. We can't be segregated. We can't be, there should be no hurdles. We were just talking about electricity of 4%, Mr. Speaker, while others have 98%. We are having people being compensated now. Why can't you not add the people of Wagala massacre to be compensated by the same people, same panel, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, as the chairman said, however, I don't have any other means or any other answer from the Attorney General. I will have no option but to hire him to go to court to get justice for the people of Wagala massacre, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Farah Yusuf. As you pursue this matter, kindly also look at the law we were referring to. If there is completely no law you can, rely upon, consult the chair of the committee and, come up with a way forward so that scar in the nation is addressed and Kenya can move forward. Let us now go to the fourth statement request, a response by the Chair, Transport and Infrastructure to the question by Honorable, statement request by Honorable Wanjiku Muya, MP Kipipiri. Yeah, the Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure, has sat in the House from 2:30. I saw him somewhere seated there. You know the consequence of his absence. Nothing stops you. You don't need the leave of the Speaker to do so. But I'm indicating, do you have any chair of the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure? Do you have the vice chair or any member? This one I'm being lenient on because, number one, it is the last. Number two, the chair has been very patient in the House to address the request for statement. Honorable Wanjiku, have you cited the chair committee, Transport and Infrastructure, anywhere around the precincts?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have sought the assistant from the Sergeant at Arms, who has said he is looking for him in the next 1 minute, 2 minutes. Honorable Speaker, I have also been waiting whole day, and I had alerted the people from Kipipiri to wait for this statement. So I beg your indulgence if you can give a few minutes.
Honorable Wanjiku Muya. The Honorable Wanjiku Muya Yeah, I have to give directions on this particular request for statement. The chair has been sitting in the House up to, I think, just a short while ago, when the last statement request was being transacted. Because of Honorable Wanjiku has also been sitting throughout the House, and under the standing order number 1 only, I will defer the response to this request for statement to tomorrow during the morning session. Yeah, next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of a comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to move. The directions of the Speaker is that the Chairperson moves.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 48, I beg to move that the motion in an amended form as follows, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 13th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, subject to reservations to Article 13.3.3 under the protection of undisclosed test and other data for pharmaceutical products. Honorable Speaker, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, herein referred to as CEPA, between the Government of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates was laid before the House on Tuesday, the 11th of March 2024, and committed to the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for consideration and reporting to the House. According to the provisions of Article 118(1)(b) of the Constitution on the public participation and Section 8.3 of the Treaty Making Ratification Act of 2012, the committee placed advertisements in 2 dailies of nationwide circulation on Thursday, 20th of March 2025, requesting for submissions of memoranda on the CEPA. The committee received memoranda from the public and stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, sir, the report is structured as follows for the benefit of members perusing through it. The first part of the report is on analysis of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. The second part of the report covers committee observations. The third part of the report covers committee findings. And the last part of the report covers committee recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the Economic Partnership Agreement between Kenya on one part and the United Arab Emirates on the other part, also called as the CEPA, the submissions from stakeholders makes the following observations. The first observation is that the main objective of CEPA is to enhance trade, investment, and economic cooperation between Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. It aims to create a liberalized market for trade in goods and promote each part's trade in goods through comprehensive elimination of tariffs, enhanced efficiency of custom procedures, enhanced cooperation in technical barriers to trade, and sanitary and phytosanitary measures and development of value chains. The second is that the agreement excludes market access, that is tariff liberalization, as both parties agreed to negotiate this with all the EAC partner states when ready under the rendezvous clause in Article 219. The rationale is that the Republic of Kenya is a member of the EAC Customs Union Protocol, which establishes a common external tariff to be applied on goods imported into the EAC region from other foreign countries. The third part also covers, the third aspect covered is that in terms of policy and legislative consideration, the government of Kenya has anchored the SEPA along with all other trade agreements in the National Trade Policy and Integrated National Exports Development and Promotion Strategy, but the SEPA requires ratification by the National Assembly in accordance with the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, which was revised in 2018. The other observation made by the committee is that the agreement will benefit Kenya in that it will expand exports for Kenyan products, given that the UAE is part of the Gulf Cooperation Council, the GCC, which allows its preferential trade access to several Middle Eastern countries, and thereby this agreement offers Kenya an opportunity to expand its trade footprint in the Middle Eastern markets. It also provides a framework for cooperation in trade and investment, and trade facilitation measures will improve custom procedures, making it easier for Kenyan businesses to trade with the UAE, as well as it is expected to attract increased foreign investment in sectors such as ICT, healthcare, and agriculture, while also fostering the cooperation and budget support from the United Arab Emirates. The other aspect that the committee observed is that the possible negative effects include, among others, the increased competition over time for local industries from the UAE products. The SEPA and agreement also undermines access to affordable medicines in Kenya. The intellectual property chapter of the agreement contains TRIPS, TRIPS provisions, which go substantially beyond the TRIPS, that is the trade-related aspects of intellectual property obligations. For instance, the linkages between the linkage provisions and market exclusivity for the 5-year from the latest possible dates for both the information and the fact of market approval. This means that even if there is no patent on medicine, generic versions still cannot be approved by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board as safe and effective and reach Kenyan patients for 5 years. This therefore undermines the constitutional aspirations of achieving progressive realization of the right to health care, as the provisions hamper the ability to access generic medicines, especially at a time when there is need to provide timely access to affordable medicine to Kenyans. Developing countries often oppose TRIPS rules because they can potentially increase the cost of medicines, limiting access to knowledge and technology, and thereby hurt innovation and small producers. And this specifically goes for diseases like cancers that have medicines that are very expensive. So generic products come in handy to help these patients who suffer from those medications, and that with this kind of exclusivity then could hinder such kind of generics from coming. The following measures are also proposed to mitigate negative effects arising from SEPA. One is the trade remedies provisions, and these provide safeguards, countervailing measures, and anti-dumping, and therefore safeguard against unfair trade practices which may lead to market distortion. The other clause that is covered in this agreement is an amendment clause which provides flexibility to the parties to seek for amendments on any provision if and when the need arises. There is also a mandatory 5-year review clause that has been put in the agreement that provides for a comprehensive mandatory review of the entire agreement every 5 years. So even if any other issue comes up, there is a mandatory clause that will allow flexibility for this agreement to be reviewed every 5 years. There is also an exit clause that has been provided, which provides for flexibility to the parties to exit upon giving a 1-year written notice. So it is not cast in stone. If any party feels that they are aggrieved and do not want to continue, the exit clause of 1 year is provided in the Act. The committee also observed that there are safe mechanisms provided for in the agreement where Kenya or the UAE may seek variations. The amendment clause provides flexibility to the parties to seek amendments on any provisions when the need arises, while the mandatory 5-year review clause provides for a mandatory comprehensive review of the entire agreement every 5 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, upon analysis of the submissions and documents tabled, the committee found that Article 13.33 of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement presents a real risk of financial, legal, and reputational damage for the country. Firstly, Kenya has not implemented TRIPS measures in its current laws, therefore agreeing to them would require amendment to legislation. Secondly, even though Article 13.6 refers to the Doha Declaration on Public Health, it does not override these protections or offer clear and tangible interventions for Kenya to ignore them during a health emergency. Third, Kenya would be committing a stricter intellectual property protection than the one required by WTO law, binding in it an international treaty. In view of the foregoing, the TRIPS Plus provisions might consequently hurt public access to affordable medicine, undermining Article 43(1) of the Constitution, which guarantees the right to the highest attainable standard of health care. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore recommends that, according to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, the House approves the ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between Kenya on one part and the United Arab Emirates on the other part, with reservations on Article 13.33 on the protection of undisclosed tests or other data for pharmaceutical products, pursuant to Section 8.4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 4D and Standing Order 170A 4C2 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. This Article 13.33 should be urgently renegotiated and reviewed by the parties under the review clause. Mr. Speaker, having noted the proceedings of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report and now request Honorable Samuel Parashina to second the motion.
Honorable Parashina.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Undo, I know your matter.
Yeah.
Let the motion be moved and seconded first.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion on consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. Honorable Speaker, this agreement is a strategic step forward for our country. It is totally aligned with our national development agenda. It gives an opportunity to new markets and also an opportunity for our country to sustain the regional hub, as we always do. Mr. Speaker, if you look on the pastoralist or even the farmers, we are able to get the high value market with a strong purchasing power, a country like UAE. If you look on the global competitiveness, the cooperation of Kenya and UAE is an opportunity for us to showcase our product with a country that is growing faster in the Gulf region. Mr. Speaker, as our chair has presented the same, you have seen there are issues of local concerns, and the committee is able to consider and see where we can try to renegotiate. Mr. Speaker, is my personal is a feeling of the. I want to affirm that the committee was able to check the SEPA and if it meets the constitution and legal threshold required and under the Treaty Making Ratification Act of 2012 and even the amended 2018, and I affirm that that one has been considered, and I urge the members, and Honorable Speaker, I urge the members to support this report. It is fully taking care of our growth of our economy, and is going to give us an opportunity. If you, members, you are aware that even His Excellency the President has been really on the front in trying to push how do we, after the value addition of our products, where do we sell them? And this is the biggest market we have. The Kenya Meat Commission now today, the main suppliers of the best beef is going to Dubai. So it's a very good opportunity, And if what all we take advantage of this one, our country is going to move to a higher notch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me propose a question, honorable members. Then you can go to debate, including points of order. Because the motion is not yet before you, before I propose it. Honorable members, I now propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 13th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, subject to reservations of Article 1333, protection of undisclosed test or other data for pharmaceutical products. Yes, Honorable Oundo, you're now recognized. What is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I do this. I stand on point of order number 181 and 199 of the National Assembly standing orders. And let me go on record, Honorable Speaker.
You said standing order?
181 and 199. Honorable Speaker, I do this with deference and tremendous respect to my colleagues in the committee. I sit in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives that was given the mandate to shepherd the preparation or review of this SEPA up to this point. And along the line, Honorable Speaker, we roped in the Committee of Health because it touched on some matters to do with health. And I say I have nothing about the merits of the report, but I want to raise on the matter of procedure. Honorable Speaker, Article 181 reads as follows. A notice of a meeting of a select committee, and can apply to a departmental committee as well, shall be given by the clerk to all members of the committee, showing the date, the time, the venue, and the agenda of the meeting. And under number 2, it says the notice can either be given by circulation, by electronic means, and the rest. Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to your attention, and I want to bring to the attention of the entire Parliament, National Assembly, and the Republic of Kenya, that the notice for the meeting was issued on 8th November 2025 at 10:25 hours, convening the meeting, which was supposed to be a joint meeting involving the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, as well as the Committee of Health, in which meeting it was proposed to have the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Honorable Adan Duale, to attend, plus the Cabinet Secretary for Investments, Trade, Industry to attend. Honorable Speaker, after deliberation by the members of the committee, the meeting was subsequently cancelled. The meeting was subsequently cancelled on Wednesday of the same week, which I believe must have been on 12th, at 18:43 hours, because we raised concerns, we didn't have the technical report, and the rest. Honorable Speaker, thereafter, there was never any notice given to hold the meeting. None at all. And if I'm wrong, I want to challenge the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly to produce the same anywhere in this House at the moment or any other time. Honorable Speaker, I am a founder member of the committee. Honorable Speaker, I'm a Kenyan who believes on the rule of law. Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of the National Assembly, and what guides the National Assembly is the standing orders. We can't be a law-making organ, and we're the same people who breach the law, who flout the procedures that we have set here. Honorable Speaker, when you go to Standing Order 199, reports of the select committees and the departmental committees as must be read. Under 199.4, it reads, a select committee shall adopt its report in a meeting attended by majority of its members. Honorable Speaker, the committee that is on the floor here has got an adoption list. The committee that's on the floor here was never adopted. And I want to challenge again the clerk of the National Assembly to produce the Hansard of the meeting that adopted and approved the SEPA report. Honorable Speaker, this is unfair. It is unprocedural. It's unheralded. It's unprecedented. That a house with a standing order, the law is very clear, Article 95, and all the procedures are provided for in the Constitution. We proceed, even the Treaty Making Act, we proceed to flout, to breach our own standing order and the law, and we shamelessly, without any remorse, present the report here as if nothing has happened. Are we a bandit state? Or are we a banana state? Are we a banana country? Why can't we just follow the law? Why can't we just follow the procedure? Honorable Speaker, I refuse to be to be a part and parcel of a team that breaches the law. I refuse. I refuse to quiesce to breach of the law, flouting of the Constitution of Kenya, which everybody fought for, which Baba Raila Amolo Odinga fought for rigorously to get where we are. We must be a house, we must be a committee, that Honorable Speaker, that must follow our standing order, to the very least. Whatever hurry it is, there's never any hurry that is more important than the law and the standing order. Honorable Speaker, I say this with a heavy heart. I say this extremely ashamed to stand here today and do this in the floor of the House and in the glare of public TV, public media, but I do this for the simple purpose of protecting the integrity of this House, protecting the law, protecting the Constitution that I swore to protect when I took an oath as a member of Parliament of the National Assembly. This cannot happen. We fought this country to bring sanity. We cannot allow this country to slide into chaos, into insanity. Honorable Speaker, and I want to go on record. We have held the office of the clerk as the custodian of the welfare of this House and the welfare of the country. For them to be cajoled to breach the law is actually to deem the highest esteem we hold the clerk of the National Assembly in this National Assembly and the entire world. Honorable Speaker, I invite you that regardless of whatever position we fall in, or regardless of whatever political formation we fall in, we have a moral duty to this country to protect the law. We cannot at any particular moment drop guard, because if we drop guard, Honorable Speaker, it might be me who is raising this problem, it must be between this SEPA, but the next time a law will be passed and presented outside there without passing through the National Assembly. I rest my case, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Julius Sunkuli.
Mr. Speaker, the issues raised by the Honorable Ondo are very weighty. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I'm waiting for your attention. The matter is weighty, and I'm sure you would like to rule on it. But I have another point of order, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I could overhear your statement with the clerk, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, proceed.
And that it relates exactly to what your interest is. Now, in the process of treaty making, Parliament has been placed as one of the organs that will facilitate the ratification of treaties that are made by Kenya with other countries. And a point of order is this, and this is now to seek either your guidance or the guidance of the substantive speaker. If the motion in Parliament to ratify a treaty reads that we ratify this treaty with reservations, at the end of it, Mr. Speaker, we have not expunged the offensive parts, because that particular offensive part, together with the offensive part to be moved by Honorable Nyikal later on, will still form part of the treaty. Because we have not said that we have objected, we have removed them. So I would like to know your guidance. Are we ratifying the treaty if the yes carries the day, or have we rejected it? Because this one seems to blow hot and cold. I don't understand this idea that we are ratifying the treaty with reservations. And we don't like it, but we are ratifying it. We don't like a particular section. Why doesn't Parliament draft the regulation, the motion in such a way that the offensive parts are removed?
Yeah, Honorable Sunkuli, that one I can address immediately. Under Article 2, Sub-Article 6 of the Constitution, all treaties which are ratified by Kenya shall form part of the laws of Kenya under the Constitution. There are three approaches to ratification. You may ratify in whole, in which case the treaty with all its provisions will apply upon its adoption by Parliament. Okay? The second approach is to ratify subject to reservations. By way of reservations, Kenya through Parliament is saying we will be parties to the treaty except that that part on which there is a reservation shall not apply. So it shall not apply. It is like an amendment. Yes, so all the other provisions except the one on which there is a reservation shall apply. So that if you are to look at this one, if the motion were to be passed as is, the entire treaty with all its provisions will apply to Kenya upon ratification by the House, except Article 1333. And you don't need to amend. There is no provision for amendment of a treaty. It is of course, reservation. Okay? The third way is to reject the treaty as a whole, in which case the treaty, in terms of the arrangement it was establishing between the two states, to the extent that it would apply to Kenya, it would not. Okay? I wanted to hear a bit of, more comments on what Honorable Dr. Wilberforce Oundo raised, because it is substantive. And if Honorable Dr. Oundo, is right, and I can assure you I'll be giving directions on adjournment of the matter awaiting a substantive communication from the Speaker. Or we will be proceeding for the convenience of the House, pending substantive communication or ruling of the Speaker on the matter. The Chair of the committee, mover. Yes, I've given the mover the first bite to respond to the matters that Honorable Oundo has raised.
Honorable Speaker, Oundo has raised pertinent issues about whether the committee met and actually endorsed the ratification of this agreement. And I want to confirm to the House that a meeting was held on the 13th of November, which was last week on Thursday, and that meeting was attended because on that day, members of ODM were not in Nairobi, they were in Mombasa, and it was attended by even members of the health sector committee who had issues, and that is how we came up and agreed on the ratification of the whole agreement, save for that particular clause that affects pharmaceutical products, because the points that were raised and the issues that were raised by those members who are there, who represented the health sector, convinced the committee. And I want to assure you that the members who signed the adoption list and minutes are actually attached in the report that was laid before the House on the same Thursday afternoon. So we did the meeting in the morning and it was ratified, and the report was laid on Thursday afternoon. So I want to assure Honorable Undo that the committee met. He may not have been available or not have been there, but we met as a committee and we had quorum as a committee, and the minutes and the adoption list are already attached in the report. So I want to confirm that. I don't know, Oundo today has been having issues with, he had issues with the government-owned enterprise bill. Now this one, I think maybe the Mombasa trip may not have gone well for him.
The Honorable Parashina.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to confirm whatever my vice chair, who is the chair now, have said. And Mr. Speaker, under the standing orders that also my colleague is mentioning, under standing order 95, we need to check if the report follows the procedure. I can assure to you, even during the tabling, which is also put into, so that it gets itself in the statement, or in the order paper of today, Mr. Oundo has the copy in our WhatsApp group.
Honorable Oundo.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker, just a minute, I just wanted to share another one.
You will refer to the honorable member as Honorable Oundo, not Mr.
Honorable Oundo.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Honorable Oundo. So, the other thing is about responsibility for his statement. As a committee, we also need to get that factual word is using. Because we have been having meetings, and Dr. Honorable Dr. Oundo was in Mombasa. So if you want to come and say that our report to be debated or discussed because he was not there, then we also go to ask to check our standing orders. Does it guarantee all of us to be there? Because it clearly says once the report is done, the chair or the vice sign and supported by majority. And Honorable Dr. Oundo, you have your right to go back and give your dissenting opinion. When you bring your dissenting opinion of our report, it is okay, but you cannot hold the House at ransom. We are using the same standing orders that you are using. Thank you.
That is Honorable Maina Madenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may be a bit disadvantaged because both Honorable Oundo, yourself, and Honorable Marianne, the chair, who has moved this committee report, you are more ranking members. But Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am sure that as a member of the committee, once I am aware that the committee is tabling a committee report that I do not agree with, the standing orders allow for the tabling of a dissenting or a minority opinion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your indulgence and guidance as to whether then we should engage in the debate that the Honorable Oundo is inviting us into, because he has his liberty provided for in the standing orders to be able to to table a dissenting opinion or a minority opinion. Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance.
Yeah, the Honorable Oundo, it is being confirmed to me that there is an adoption list by a number constituting quorum to adopting the report of the committee. And that adoption list of course, does not have you signing anywhere. No, Honorable Undo, I've not, I'm reporting to you. You must have noted, honorable members, that I sent the lead clerk out to confirm with parliamentary records. And it is confirmed to me that members of the committee constituting the requisite quorum for purposes of adoption signed to the report. And I'm confirming to you, Honorable Undo, that you are not among them, possibly for the reasons being indicated. With that direction, I wanted to let me rule and direct that we proceed with the matter on substance. Honorable Julius Sunkuli, I've not recognized you. But give him the mic. I hope you are not countermanding the decision of the Speaker. Because
The Speaker has made a decision with respect to the departmental committee to which Dr. Undo belongs. But if you heard clearly, Mr. Speaker, from the Honorable Marianne, the original meeting that was supposed to be held.
Honorable Sunkuli, you are seeking review of a decision already made by the Speaker. It is not permitted.
No, I'm not seeking.
Honorable Murugara will tell you it is
No,
not permitted.
all right, I'll sit down, Mr. Speaker, because the Health Committee did not attend the meeting.
Yeah, please.
That was adjourned.
Please.
Yeah.
Please,
So-
you are contradicting the decision of the Speaker. And honorable members, let me say, Honorable Undo, just take your seat. Let me say as follows, honorable members. You know, we have procedures and we have substance. If you look at Article 159 of the Constitution, even in terms of court proceedings, the courts are told, always go to the substance. The nature of House proceedings, and I would request we proceed this way, particularly where I'm presiding. Even if you've not gotten your rightful liberty before the committee, I can tell you when I'm presiding here, as any other speaker, raise those issues. If you want more clauses of the treaty to be subjected to reservation, move as I hear Honorable Nyikali is moving. Let us not tie ourselves down when ultimately it is this House to ratify or not. Let me tell you, honorable members, because I want us to make progress. I'm only allowing this debate because today I imagine we sit, longer. But remember, there is no requirement under the laws that there must be a committee report for this House to adopt or ratify a treaty. And so let me tell you, if we were to go to the substance, we may even do away with the parts talking about committee report and say that this agreement be ratified by the House. The House approves, full stop. And we go to the substance straight away. So can we, and I direct, let us proceed with the matter we are transacting on the merits. It having been directed and found that there is an adoption list. Honorable Passaris, you want to contribute on the substance? Yeah, give Honorable Esther Passaris.
Honorable Speaker, now that it has been clearly established that the committee meeting was not rushed and that it met the required quorum, I would like to focus my contribution on this particular issue on the substance of the concerns raised. Honorable Speaker, my primary focus is on the clause dealing with undisclosed pharmaceutical test drug data. This is not a small matter. Even when the process is sound, we must carefully examine any provision that could affect access to affordable medicines for ordinary Kenyans. Kenya relies heavily on generic drugs. And generics are what makes treatment for cancer, diabetes, hypertension, HIV, and many other conditions accessible. If any clause unintentionally delays competition in the pharmaceutical market
or raises the cost of essential medication, then we have a responsibility as the House to interrogate it thoroughly. Honorable Speaker, I fully appreciate the opportunity this agreement presents for trade, investment, and growth. But as we open our markets and deepen our partnerships, we must also ensure that public health systems are not exposed to risks. For this reason, I urge that future engagements on clauses touching on health, especially pharmaceutical regulations, include structured consultation with the Ministry of Health, the Pharmacy and Poison Board, KEMSA, Kenya National KNH, and consumer protection stakeholders. This will give Parliament a clear, evidence-based understanding before ratification. Honorable Speaker, in conclusions, I support the broader vision of SEPA, but I also maintain that Kenyan lives and Kenyan health must always come first, and the balance is what we must protect. Thank you.
The Honorable Andrew Kwome, you want to contribute to this? The Honorable Wanjiku Muya, you want to contribute to this? The Honorable Gitonga Murugara? Not this. The Honorable Dr. James Nyikal, MP for Seme.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make an amendment, but you'll oblige me that I must make a statement regarding the discussion that has gone on. As you indicated, Honorable Koitany said the purpose was to have a joint meeting. However, we made it clear that from our committee, members would not be able to attend because we were away, and I discussed this with the chair of the trade, and he said, if we can give the technical information...
Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Please, Mr. Speaker.
Are you making contributions?
I'm making a statement, then I'll come.
Moving for your amendment?
Yes, I'm coming to the amendment.
Yeah, please avoid going back to matters the Speaker has ruled on, for good order.
But I must say...
Because that is countermanding the decision.
I'm not countermanding the Speaker.
Just make contributions. I even know you have an amendment. So contribute, debate the motion on the merits. You may even move amendments beyond the amendments you have sought. But let us not go back to the Speaker so that we...
But I just want
that authority.
I want the record to make straight on behalf of our committee that actually what we discussed with the chair of the other committee is that if our members cannot attend because we are going away, if we can pass the technical information through our technical people, then they'll proceed. That is all I wanted to make.
Yeah,
what then went on after that is not mine.
Thank you, Dr.
But I want
Nyikal.
to say that our members actually did not attend, but we provided the technical committee. But
Thank you.
members of the health committee did not attend.
No, that is in order, Dr. Nyikal.
Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I rise to make, actually make an amendment to the motion as moved and seconded. And I intend to move the following amendments on the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of a comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates, and that the motion be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the phrase data from pharmaceutical products. And what we insert is, and Article 2.13, in bracket, tariff measures in relation to health products and health and technologies, and that the consequential amendments be affected in the report thereof. Mr. Speaker, why we seek to make this amendment, and I first of all must appreciate what the mover has done in looking at another part, 13.33, which actually sorted out the issue
of some pharmaceutical products very, very well, and appreciate that. However, on this one, Article 2.13 is dealing with non-tariff measures. And Mr. Speaker, Article 2.131 actually provides a limitation on non-tariff measures. And this clause prohibits the introduction of non-tariff measures. And that means, Mr. Speaker, that the regulatory controls adopted by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, such as import permits, product registration, GMP inspection, dossier assessment, pharmacovigilance, and quality cannot. Basically, Mr. Speaker, what that means is that our regulatory authority, the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, cannot do its functions, because those functions will then fall under the non-tariff barriers, which then this article tends to remove. And Mr. Speaker, 2133 provides that if there is concern on either parties regarding those non-tariff measures, in which case that relate to our regulatory authority of the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, then this can be discussed.
Give Honorable Nyikal the mic.
That can be discussed in the subcommittee of trade. Mr. Speaker, what that therefore means is that our regulatory authority will therefore be subject to that committee. And that, Mr. Speaker, is not safe for pharmaceutical products. Mr. Speaker, our UAE exporters may challenge the decisions made by our board on the grounds that they are actually non-tariff measures, and therefore do not apply. And what that would mean, Mr. Speaker, that the health products and the health technologies, these are mainly vaccines, these are medical devices, these are blood products, these are equipment that to use, therefore we will not be able to actually regulate them as we should. And these are important, Mr. Speaker, because if you look at medicines, I don't have to say, the medicines have to be carefully regulated because the interaction of medicines with patients is extremely important. And then those also include diagnostics, and these are things that you use to make diagnosis. Again, if these are not properly regulated, Mr. Speaker, you end up making diagnoses that are probably not right, and therefore you jeopardize the care of the patients. And vaccines, I don't have to say, if the vaccines are not properly regulated, again, we'll have a problem. So that our Pharmacy and Poisons Board that takes these functions, which include registration and market authorization, inspection to ensure compliance with the good manufacturing practice and good distribution practice, the licensing on pharmacy premises and pharmacy professionals, even professionals included here, pharmacovigilance, which means monitoring how drugs are performing in the field. All these, Mr. Speaker, may be then considered as non-tariff barriers. And Mr. Speaker, if that happens, it limits the functions of our Pharmacy and Poisons Board. Mr. Speaker, this then is happening at a time when this country, we are seeking actually to improve the level of our regulation to the World Health Organization standards, what we know as maturity level 3. If we get to that level of regulation, then this country can actually be able to produce drugs and vaccines. But if we then are in a situation where the trade agreement then inhibits it, then it will be considered that our drug regulatory authority is not independent enough to allow manufacturing to go on in this country. And Mr. Speaker, this is not something that is new. It has happened in many countries before, and I can give you examples. like India had a problem with various multinational pharmaceutical companies. And when India required generic medicines to undergo serious bioequivalence and bioavailability studies, that is to know whether these drugs can work properly, then these international companies, international pharmaceutical companies insisted that they were introducing non-tariff barriers. And that became a problem, particularly in the USA. Again, the Indian generic medicines again had a problem when they were transiting through European Union, when again these medicines were seized by the customs, who claimed they violated the regulations of the EU regulations, and that they were now considered at interface despite being legal, both production and destination. Again, the EU used regulatory measures as illegal trade barriers. So this is something that has been a problem. Even Thailand had a problem with the US pharmaceutical industry, because they were also insisted on taking long when doing very keen surveillance of the drugs, when taking time to do licenses, when doing lots of studies and measurements. Again, these were considered as non-tariff barriers. Even Canada versus against the European Union and US, again had a problem because Canada was routinely insisting on doing thorough investigation, thorough assessment by their regulatory authorities. These were again considered as non-tariff barrier to trades. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, we stand a major disadvantage that drugs will come in and we may not do anything about it, and if our measures, registration, surveillance, and so on are put in place, they'll then be considered as non-tariff barriers to trade. So therefore, we, in this bilateral trade agreement, we are saying that it can be exempted, and we shall not really be the first people to do that. Even other international agreements do actually exempt this. If you look at general agreement on trade and general agreement on tariff and trade, this is an international agreement. It allows countries to adopt measures necessary to protect human and animal health. The TRIPS, this is the trade-related intellectual property trade-related intellectual property rights. Again, these by World Trade Organization are also, they are limited actually. Sometimes they are actually left out and not really overlooked, but flexibilities are provided. In fact, there is a major flexibility known as the Doha flexibilities, so that says you don't have to abide by the TRIPS requirements if it comes to public health. So with that, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we actually put clear reservations on Article 2.13 on the tariffs. But we understand, and we were also advised by trade departments, that this agreement is not only for medical products. To that extent, we have stated clearly that we put reservations on Article 213 on non-tariff measures in relation to health products and health technologies, so that the other aspects of trade can actually go on. But we must protect the health products, health technologies, the drugs we use, the diagnostic equipments we use, the machines we use must be protected. And with that, I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, and I'll ask Honorable Sunkuli to second my motion.
The Honorable Julius Sunkuli.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do that briefly, and first of all by acknowledging the guidance you gave about reservations, that indeed it is an international language that says that the sections that have reservations will not have a force of law. And I hope that those who are going to renegotiate this, because reservations can also be rejected by the other party, will insist that our reservations should not be part of the law. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that we have interacted a little bit with this agreement at the public participation part. And notwithstanding the other parts, the good parts that have been ably said by the mover and the seconder, looking at from the eyes of Health Committee, and actually taking a lot of it from what Honorable Marianne said, there are two problems from the health perspective. One is this idea that tends to say that the original medicines, if I may use the common man's language, the original medicines or drugs are protected, and that you cannot later on try and produce generics. Now, where there's a problem there, Mr. Speaker, is that most companies, normally intellectual property lasts for a while, and then you can make generics. But there is a trick that many companies use, which is called evergreening, that they wait until their time is supposed to expire, and then they change a small component of the original medicine, and then the 20 years start running again. So you will always be in their hands if you do not protect the fact that generic drugs are supposed to make our lives easier. So these amendments, particularly the first one, should address that one. We should liberalize ourselves a little bit. Let us not tie our hands because of the other components of trade. The other part is what Dr. Nyikal is addressing. Now, if they say, look, you should not impose non-tariff measures, that is a very, very wide world. There must be ways that are not taxation that a country can use to protect itself and its citizens. So if an agreement says, look, liberalize this thing totally, and you are not allowed under this agreement to later on introduce a tariff, an impediment, which is non-tariff. Already there are no tariffs, and now you say even non-tariffs are not allowed. Mr. Speaker, let us amend it to that part so that that particular section does not get the force of law. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second.
Yes, honorable members, I propose a question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Yes, I wanted to incorporate it at once. Yes, honorable members, I propose the question that the motion be amended further by inserting after subject to reservations of Article 13, sub-article 33, into bracket protection of undisclosed test or other data for pharmaceutical products, and Article 2, sub-article 13, into bracket non-tariff measures in relation to health products and technologies, to bracket HPTs. There is sorry, members, and that the consequential amendment be effected in the report thereof. Let me read the amendment again for clarity. I'm proposing the question that the motion be amended as moved by the Honorable Dr. Nyikal by inserting after subject to reservations of Article 13, sub-article 33, into bracket, protection of undisclosed test or other data for pharmaceutical products, and Article 2, sub-article 13, into bracket, non-tariff measures in relation to health products and technologies, into bracket, HPTs, and 2, that the consequential amendment be effected in the report thereof. The Honorable Esther Passaris, you want to speak to the amendment? We are debating the amendment. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to begin by thanking the Chair of the Health Committee for moving the amendment, which, in my opinion, provided a detailed global context. The examples from the United States to European Union, India, Thailand, and even Canada demonstrates a very real challenge whenever countries implement strict surveillance, licensing, or quality control measures for pharmaceutical products. These actions are often labeled as non-tariff barriers. Honorable Speaker, that puts countries like Kenya at a major disadvantage. If we tighten our checks to protect our people, powerful pharmaceutical companies may accuse us of obstructing trade. Yet these very checks are what will guarantee the safety, quality, affordability of medicines for ordinary Kenyans. What the Chair has explained, including the flexibilities under GATT and TRIPS agreement, especially the Doha Declaration, is extremely important. International laws recognize that public health supersedes commercial interests, and that countries retain their sovereign rights to regulate medicine, conduct thorough assessments, and protect their citizens, even where such measures may appear as restrictive to trade. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, I fully support the reservations the committee has placed on Article 2.13 relating to non-tariff measures for health products and health technologies. The reservation protects our regulatory sovereignty while allowing broader trade benefits of the SEPA to proceed. Honorable Speaker, let me now turn to the broader contribution I wish to make on the SEPA. This agreement presents Kenya with a significant strategic opportunity. The UAE is one of our strongest trading partners, and the SEPA opens a greater access for our exports: tea, coffee, flowers, meat, textiles, leather, fruits, and other value-added products. It strengthens Kenya's positions in the regional hub for manufacturing and logistics. I am particularly encouraged by opportunities this agreement creates for SMEs and women-led enterprises. Kenyan women in agribusiness, textile, craft, ICT, beauty products, and horticulture stand to gain if we support them with export financing, certification, and market readiness programs. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Esther Passaris, we are only debating the amendment proposed by Nyikal.
Thank you.
Let me just confirm to you that you may have a chance to contribute again on the motion as amended.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I know your fear is that you had contributed previously and you wanted to. Yes.
Okay.
So could you keep to the amendment proposal by the Honorable Nyikal?
Okay, so Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the Chair's amendments and the broader objectives of SEPA and the firm expectation that Kenya's regulatory sovereignty and the health and economic interests of our people will be fully safeguarded. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is it the mood of the House that I propose the question for amendment? Do I put the question? You want to speak to the amendment? Yeah, please, Honorable Madenge. Give Honorable Maina Madenge the mic.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we are at a time where the debate in our country is on the affordability of health care and the ability of our institutions in the healthcare sector, like SHA and SHIF, to pay for services, the cost of healthcare. On account of that national debate, it is important that we protect the space within which the Kenyan medical industry, the cost of medicine, the cost of health products and technologies, the cost of medical devices is carefully protected if UHC has to succeed. Mr. Speaker, as the Health Committee, I'm a member of the Health Committee, we are deeply concerned that this comprehensive economic partnership agreement has the risk of increasing healthcare costs, has the risk of limiting access to affordable medicines, has the risk of affecting part of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda on account of encouraging local manufacturing of pharmaceutical products, and therefore anything that seems to stand in the way of the realization of Article 43 on the right to the highest attainable standard of health care, this House must tread with care. Mr. Speaker, therefore, besides the amendment on Article 213, I propose that we actually expurge the entire Article 13.33, because that article, on account of protecting data, putting a moratorium on manufacturing of generics and accessing generics for a 5-year period, that puts to risk Kenyans for a very long time. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am supporting the amendment on Article 213, but I'm proposing the total expurging of Article 13.33 in as far as it applies to the medical industry. If any of those articles come into force in any form, we will be giving double protection to manufacturers of medicine, foreign manufacturers of medicine over Kenyan companies. Number 2, we will also be strictly undermining the journey of our country towards the attainment of WHO level 3 that will therefore entitle locally manufactured goods to attain the standards for export, because we have a competent authority, regulatory authority, in the form of the current Pharmacy and Poisons Board. And lastly, the question of local tests also jeopardizes the level of recognition of our national quality control labs. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, on these amendments, this could be a matter of life and death for our medical industry and also for the provision of medical care in our country and affordability and access to medicines. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
Honorable Beatrice Elachi, you want to speak to the amendment proposal? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support, yes. But I also rise to ask ourselves as Kenyans. See, when we talk even of our pharmacies, Mr. Speaker, you wonder why even today a chemist that has a diploma pharmacist is able to give you antibiotics. So it means even as we talk about all this, we must agree, first of all, even in the country, our pharmaceuticals must be checked. because we have a lot of generic drugs already in our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, if we want to now work with UAE, then let us develop or improve the pharmaceutical industry in Kenya. That in the agreement we are saying, you are coming to join us, but this is what we will want, that we will strengthen the standards to have better standards, and they must follow those standards. That, Mr. Speaker, better to build even a regional block of supply hub, but which has both Kenyans and our investors of EAU. But more importantly, strengthen the pharmaceutical vigilance, not just for UAE, but even from India. So the health committee must help us. And we must even come up with a policy here to say, just the way it is in Europe. In Europe, Mr. Speaker, there is no person that will give you an antibiotic on a counter. In Kenya, you are given. Where is our poison board? So let us agree, first of all, it has to stop, and it has, why they will take advantage is because already the locals are doing the wrong things. So can we strengthen the locals before even they come to be rightfully and to be monitored and tighten every loose end of how the pharmaceuticals are doing some crazy things, I will say that. I have so many pharmacies in the Dagoretti North. I can tell you if you see them. Some of them you wonder, why is it we have a pharmacy every 200 meters? Where? Where in any country will you allow that? So, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I want to tell the Health Committee, it is time you go out there and put in a policy. How many pharmacies do we need? Kwani, we have become so sick that we must just pharmacies flying all over. It has to stop, Mr. Speaker, but I support.
The Honorable Ibrahim Sane is recognized to speak to the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your generosity. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a very, very weighty matter, the health of Kenyans. It is not ordinary merchandise. It is not trade in hardware materials. We are speaking to Article 43, Subarticle 1A, which explicitly puts it that Kenyans are entitled to the highest, not just attainable standards of health, but to the highest attainable standards. That requires serious qualification. It's not mere access, it's not ordinary standard of health, but the highest possible. And in so doing, if you look at this comprehensive economic partnership agreement, it is skewed, it is business-driven, profit-driven than the safety and the welfare of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as I do agree through you that we have an authority in this House on matters health, his analogy of agreements between European states do not apply here. Third world countries have for long been exploited by the Bretton Woods, IMF and World Bank, just in the pursuit of profits. UAE is imagined to be another big brother in the bloc, in business. We don't want Kenya to be a dumping area, just courtesy of the regulations we make. The access price of drugs shall be constrained to the achievement of universal health care and the share we have been proud of lately. Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as the amendment have moved to add the amendment to Article 13.33, I don't think the language is still sufficient. Let us not rush critical matters. There are patent issues which go into the core of the regulatory authority of poisons, pharmaceuticals and poisons, Mr. Speaker. I also want 13.33 to be expunged, and equally 2.13 to be expunged from the report. If that is not done, then this agreement will have a lot of loopholes to exploit the sector. We will dilute the regulatory authority of our pharmacy and our pharmaceutical and poison board, Mr. Speaker, and further kill the local industries that are in the pursuit of at least competing and manufacturing local generic drugs. In my view, Mr. Speaker, if I would request with you, I beseech you, that this report goes back to the committee and we fine-tune these matters, because we can't take the lives of Kenyans to risk. We must deal with it cautiously and come with a watertight agreement, Mr. Speaker. With that, I accept the amendment.
Honorable members, this is the way to go, that we are dealing with the substance. The motion already proposes reservations to Article 13, Sub-Article 33. Honorable Nyikal is proposing an additional Article 2, Sub-Article 13, also to be subjected to reservation. The debate on the amendment by the Honorable Nyikal will continue so that we address all matters of concern in the treaty. And order, honorable members. Honorable members, at the time being 19:02 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 19th November 2025 at 9:30 a.m.